We are live on YouTube. I'm already working. Elabo Shishel. Grand rising to everybody. As you join the live streaming, please let me know where you're streaming from. Let me know where you're. Theodora, thank you very much for joining. Auntie Lande, Omo Yoruba Tata, thank you very much for joining our live streaming today. Thank you very much for joining today. Please let me know where you're streaming from as you join the live streaming. Elaboru, Elaboye, Elabo Shishel, Asheugbo Atonyo. Thank you very much for joining. On YouTube, please, if you can hear me and see me clearly, let me know. Thank you very much for joining. Trying to adjust the YouTube device. Thank you very much for joining. Auntie Lande, thank you for that gift. Eshe Adupeo. Streaming from VGC in Lekki. Elaboru, Elaboye, Elabo Shishel, Mosheugbo Atonyo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen so that other viewers will be notified. Ifa Sheun on YouTube, Aboru Aboyo, Ashe Elaboru, Elaboye, Elabo Shishel, Mosheugbo Atonyo. Ogbuato from the US, Eshe Gonyo. It's early in the morning, so I appreciate that you have taken out time for this. Keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen. Who has seen the topic for today? How many of you have seen the topic for today? If you have seen the topic for today, please type it in the comment section. For those of you that are on the Global EHA community, you will have seen the topic for today. If you haven't seen the topic for today, it means that you did not join the Global EHA community and you need to. Elaboru, Elaboye, Elabo Shishel, Grand Rising. What's the response to Mosheugbo Atonyo? Ogbuato, there are two responses. As a Babalawo and Ifa devotee, you say, Ogbuato asure iworiwo fun. Asure iworiwo fun. That's the response from a Babalawo or the general Ifa community. But when you hear people saying Ogbuato and the response is Ogbuedon, Ogbualaworo lotufe, that is from one Ogboni member to another. So the response varies, but this is an Ifa environment. And here we say Ogbuato asure iworiwo fun. Does sin affect our Ebo and Etutu? Thank you very much. My WhatsApp contacts are here. The topic for today is, does sin affect our Ebo and Etutu? So TikTok gave us a challenge for today. They said we should get 50 comments that has the thumbs up and that two love eye emoji. Please put it in the comment section. So we need 50. The way this algorithm is doing us like this, it is well. So please, as you drop your comments, put a thumbs up emoji in your comments, like type it in your comments alongside with the comment. And then the what's it called, the love eye emoji too. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So just add it to your comment. Don't type that emoji alone. Add it to whatever comment you are typing. So as you type the topic is, does Ebo and Etutu, does sin affect our Ebo and Etutu? Yeah, so just type it like that. YouTube ti fún wa, àbí TikTok ti fún wa níṣẹ́ ṣe báyìí. Elaboru, elaboye, elabo ṣíṣe. Keep tapping on the screen. Less than 1K likes. What's going on? We need to know if sin affects our Etutu and Ebo. Now, a couple of people tagged me in Equato, Esheo, Aduni, Folashade, Eka Aboma, Eku Ijometa, Bawola Warale, Esheongo. Please keep tapping on your screen. Keep the likes increasing. So a couple of people tagged me on a video by another spiritualist. I think the person is an Olokun spiritualist from Benin City, Edo State. I think so. I think that's where the person is from. So they tagged me on the video, and then in that video she was talking about how some people's Etutu and Ebo is not accepted because of sin, because they are committing sin. And then you guys have asked that I explain that in full details. You understand? So I will be explaining that today. And you know me, I cannot be in a hurry to explain, because usually that 2-3 minute video does not do justice to the depth of knowledge. So we need to break it down. Right, so the topic for today is, does sin affect our Ebo and Etutu? Let's dive into it so that we'll know what we are up against. As we are putting in money, it doesn't make sense to put in so much money into Ebo and Etutu, and then you're not sure if it will be accepted because of your sin. Royal, thank you very much for that gift. Ibi tẹ́ ti mú jáde, ajé á máa dí padà fún yín o, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Does sin affect Ebo and Etutu? Hope this is correct. Yes, you're right. You're right. Thank you very much. If please, what's that name on YouTube? I can't really see. Ifa Sheun Egbedara sí mi. Ifa Sheun Egbedara sí mi. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Nǹkan tẹ́ máa fi máa sọ pé Ifa Sheun òun lẹ máa rí. Ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run á túbọ̀ máa dára sí gbogbo wa, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. The situation and circumstances that will continue to make you say Ifa Sheun, which is Ifa thank you, is what you continue to experience. Egbe aye, egbe ọ̀run will continue to be good to us. Keep tapping on your screen. So today we are teaching on, does sin affect Etutu and Ebo? Because trust me, you cannot put so much money into Etutu and Ebo and not be sure what is going to affect it, or not be sure if it will be accepted or rejected. But you know how it is in Ifa. Olodumare does not leave us in an ambiguous situation at all. So with Ifa, it's not a maybe or maybe not. Ifa gives us straight, direct answers. 100%, you are either there or here. There is no middle, somewhere in between. So that's what we are going to be diving into today. Welcome to EHA College. I am Iyanifa Awobankefa, popularly known as Iyanifa Ewa, the founder of EHA College, alongside 40 other elders, including Babalawos, Iyanifas, Babalorishas, Iyalorishas, àwọn Àpètẹ̀bí, àwọn Oníṣègùn, àwọn Eléwé Ọmọ. Every one of us, tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀, 41 of us in total, came together to set up this iṣẹ́ tí ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ ti gbélé wa lọ́wọ́, which is called EHA College. And what do we do here? Here we teach you the undiluted, unwatered down truth about Ifa, about Isheshe, and about African spirituality as a whole. I help you to unlearn all the misconceptions and lies that you have been taught, and to learn the truth and the facts about our ancestors, about the ways that we are connected to, about our own people. And then help you to relearn certain things that you used to know that either you have forgotten or you never took them seriously. So you are at the right place if you want to know more about Ifa and your ancestors. And this is EHA College. This is the TikTok channel of EHA College and the YouTube channel of Iyanifa Ewa TV. Every Sunday like this, I come live on these two channels to teach you the in-depth, break it down in a way that even an elementary school student, a primary school student will understand, and help you to appropriate it into your everyday life. So it is not enough that you know Ifa. It's not enough that you identify with Isheshe. More than that, how do you apply it to this present day life, 2025? Because if you cannot apply it into your everyday life, Why are you learning it? It's just some history that will never be useful. No, Ifa is much more than that. Ifa touches on every aspect of human life, and I guide you to do that. We have a daily teaching where we search into the Odrifa for every day. We make Iwure every day. And we pick up our blessings every day because my blessing is here now. Our blessing is not in the far, far, far away. Every day, 6 a.m., we have the Ashe for today. Season 1 ended beautifully, and I have been receiving tons of messages on, I miss Ashe for today. When I wake up in the morning and I don't have anything to tune to, it feels like the day is a little incomplete. I understand you, but our crew and cast members had to take a break, you know. So officially, we are starting Ashe for Today Season 2 on the 1st of October 2025. Last year, Idumare. Lọ́lá àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ ìní, lọ́lá àwọn òrìṣà, lọ́lá àwọn aláṣekù. Season 2 of Ashe for Today are daily live streaming where we pick up the Odrifa for each day. It's going to continue on the 1st of October 2025. I expect a thunderous round of applause for that. Let me go and find it. Where do we find it? Every day I keep saying, where do we find it? I'm sure you guys are tired of it already. Like, does she have to say, where do we find it every day? Every day she says, where do we find it? Because trust me, all of these things, it will not stay in my head, but let's see. Is it sound effects that it will be called? Yay! I think it will be called sound effects. Hey! Yes, it's called sound effects. And then we get to clap. Yes, so on the 1st of October 2025, we will continue the season 2 of Ashe for Today. Please, can you type that in comment section? Ashe for Today season 2 starts October 1st, 2025. Keep tapping on your screen. The topic of today is, does sin affect our Etutu and Ebo? And trust me, everybody wants to know that. You want to know the truth behind that. You really want to know if that lie you just told yesterday is going to stop the Orishas from accepting your Ebo. If that's a man's wife, Abi, that woman's husband that you are sleeping with in the name of sugar daddy, we want to know if it will affect your Etutu and Ebo. So maybe you are the one that has been shooting yourself in the leg. We don't know. And if our Orishas don't even care about all those things, we don't know. But today we're about to find out. While we get started, let's keep tapping on our screen. Let's keep tapping on our screen. Please keep tapping on your screen. It's very important. We have less than 20 people here. Usually, we don't have less than 2,000 people on the live streaming. So please keep tapping, keep sharing, keep liking so that we can get the rest of the people. Before we start, how do we start? Every time we have a gathering here, báwo la ṣe máa ń bẹ̀rẹ̀? Elabore, elaboye, elabo ṣíṣe. Káwọn ọmọ Ifá bá péjọ báyìí tá bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò, kí ni nǹkan tá kọ́kọ́ máa fi ń bẹ̀rẹ̀? Lórí ètò Ifá, kí la kọ́kọ́ máa fi ń bẹ̀rẹ̀? Ẹ̀yin ará mi àti ẹbí mi nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi níbi gbogbo tẹ́ bá wà, kí la máa fi ń bẹ̀rẹ̀? Oh, you just got it. Wow, Auntie Lande, thank you. You just got it, and you have been knowing all the Odu before now. And now that you have gotten it, I will open a special program for you. Iba lama fin bere. We start every program with Iba. Iba is how we pay homage to our ancestors. We pay homage to all the powers that be. One significant thing about Yoruba culture, one beautiful thing that describes us in Africa is the fact that we are very respectable people. We honor people that are due to receive honor, irrespective of their age, irrespective of their financial status. As long as you have been placed in a position of honor, Yoruba culture will always give you that honor. That is one of the pride that we have, and it is evident in everything that we do. Please don't forget to add the thumbs up emoji and the love puppy eye, is that what it's called, to your comment as you drop your comment on TikTok. Yeah, thank you. So Ibala koko ma fi bere bayi, and I'm sure this is one of the most interesting parts of our live streaming that you love. A lot of you just come in for the Iba and then you come back for the Iwure. It's okay, but the topic in between, no, ìyẹn náà ṣe pàtàkì. If you have missed any of our previous live streamings, please head over to Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. You will find the replay of all our live streamings there. And trust me, it is a good way to spend your evenings and a good way to spend your weekends, binge watching the previous teachings that we have. It helps you to apply the teaching of Ifa to your everyday life to improve the quality of your life. What we lack here, right here, as a color, as a race, is not more spiritualist. What we lack here is knowledge, is the teaching, is the knowing, is the truth. That is really what it is. And as much as we are giving ourselves more and more knowledge and we're learning it, it's going to help us to improve the quality of our life. There's a flash goal of 11 roses from 11 people. Please send in your roses on TikTok, 11 different people within the next 10 minutes. So knowledge is what you need. So if you have missed any of our previous live streamings, I'm begging of you, go to Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube and watch the previous ones. Iyanifa, thank you very much for that rose. Who else is dropping it? 11 people. We need 10 more people. It's just a rose, you people. Oh yeah, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣèbà o. Akọ́dá ayé àṣèbà. Akọ́dá ayé àṣèbà o. Àṣèbà tí wáyé ọjọ́. Àṣèbà tí wọ̀ oòrùn. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé àṣèbà o. Aníkíbà wá ṣe o. Àjàgùnmàlè olúwo òde ọ̀run àṣèbà. Àṣèbà olúbíkin. Àṣèbà ọ̀sán ìbíkin. Àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn agbára tó solé ayé ró. Àṣèbà àwọn aláṣekù. Àṣèbà àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn fún wa. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkí àlàkí alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin arógbaṣọ má balẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọlọ́mú kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì ìjà àṣèbà. Ẹ̀yin atẹ̀dọ̀jòrò òǹró àṣèbà. Aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ. Gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró àṣèbà. Gbogbo òrìṣà tí ń mọlẹ̀ tó dilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire mú àṣèbà. Àṣèbà orí wa, àṣèbà ẹlẹ́dàá, àṣèbà ṣẹ̀dá, àṣèbà mẹ̀dá, àṣèbà wẹ̀dá. Àṣèbà ọlọ́pọ̀ tó wà wá wá sáyé ìyá àti bàbá wa àṣèbà, àwọn tá a ti ara wọn jáde àṣèbà. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ṣì wà pẹ̀lú wa àṣèbà yín o bàbá àtìyá, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ti rebi àgbáre àṣèbà. A ní iwájú tẹ́ ẹ ń wò yẹn kò ní bàjẹ́, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ fi sílẹ̀ kò ní bàjẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àṣèbà. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ jókòó tẹ́ ẹ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrúnmọlẹ̀ àṣèbà yín o, Aníkíbà wá ṣe. Àwọn babaláwo, àwọn ìyá nífá, àwọn bàbá lóríṣà, àwọn ìyá lóríṣà àṣèbà, Aníkíbà wá ṣe o. Ẹ̀yin àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí, àwọn eléwé ọmọ, àwọn oníṣègùn, gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró òun láṣèbà. Gbogbo kábíyèsí, gbogbo lọ́balọ́ba, gbogbo níjòyè níjòyè, àṣèbà yín láì dápá kan sí, Aníkíbà wá ṣe o. Àṣèbà ikin, àṣèbà ifá, àṣeyé ìpà ẹkin, àṣeyé ìpà ifá, gbogbo agbára tó so èmi ró àṣèbà. Gbogbo orí kọ̀ọ̀kan tó péjọ síbí ilé ní àṣèbà, Aníkíbà wá ṣe o. Wọ́n ní àdáṣe ní hun mọ́, ìbà ò gbọ́dọ̀ hun ọmọ ènìyàn. Nítorí pé mi àti ní ò dáṣe, ìbà ò ní hun wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ewúrẹ́ tó wọlé lọ́jọ́ sí tí òjúbà, òun ló dẹrùn àmúso. Àgùntàn tó wọlé níjọ́ yẹn tí òjúbà, òun ló dẹrùn àmúso. Èmi àti yín àti wọlé lẹ́ni àti júbà. Wọ́n ní kíbà wá ṣe o. Ìbà wá ṣe, a dẹ̀ máa roko dalẹ̀ torí ọmọdé tó bá júbà, òun ló máa roko dalẹ̀. Àwa ti júbà lẹ́ni, a máa roko dalẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà tẹ́ solé ayé ró àti júbà yín o, ẹ jẹ́ kó jú wa ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ ká rí tiwa ṣe nílé ayé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká rí ọgbọ́n àti ìmọ̀ àti òye, ẹ jẹ́ ká rí fi kọ́. Òrìṣà tó ń jẹ́ òrìṣà ìmọ̀ àti òye, Ọ̀rúnmìlà, Ifá, àṣèbà. A ní kẹ́ wá fi ọgbọ́n àti ìmọ̀ kẹ́ fi kọ́ wa lẹ́ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Èyí tá a wá fi etí ọ̀tún gbọ́ kò ní gba tòsì jáde o. Àní gbọ́ lásán. Wọ́n ní àbọ̀rọ̀ báyìí ni wọ́n sọ fún ọmọlúàbí tó bá dé inú ẹ̀yìn odindi ló máa dì. Àbọ̀rọ̀ tá a fẹ́ gbọ́ lẹ́ni orí àtẹ́lẹ̀dá wa á jẹ́ kó bá wa nílé, á jẹ́ ká lè mú ṣe, á jẹ́ kó dirun kó digba nínú ayé wa o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ìbà ṣe o, ìbà ṣe o, ìbà ṣe. Thank you very much. For those of you that are helping us meet our goal, àdúpẹ́ ibi tẹ́ ẹ ti mú jáde, àbùdínító olókun, àbùdínító ọlọ́sà, ajé olókun, ajé ọlọ́sà á máa bùdí fún yín o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. So we have a target of 11 roses. 3 people have sent in the roses. I hate to do this, but this is how the algorithm works, unfortunately. So 7 more people to send in roses so that we can meet our target in the next 5 minutes. So the topic of today is Does sin affect our Etutu and Ebo? I was tagged in that video and people wanted to know what I think about it. But more than that, it's not what I think, it is what Ifa says about it. Thank you very much, DOPJ Cakes, Eshe Gonio. Odeyon Mary, Okoyon Meje by 7 more people to send in their roses on TikTok. So before we start this, right, before we go into this, there are 2 things there, right? Etutu and Ebo is tagged in one. Eshe Gonio, Tashia, Ati Halia, Ajiabusi Funyi, just for fun. Thank you so much for dropping in your roses. We need 5 more people, 5 more different people. Olaide Sanusi, Eshe Gonio, Ajiabusi Funyi ni gbogbo ọ̀nà. Mia Somo or Mia Sound. Is that Mia Sound? Last share Edumare, where you are taking it from, Ajay will replace it for you in abundance. 2 more people to hit our target, 2 more people to send in roses. So before we Aduni Folashade Eshegoni, thank you so much. Okay, Yomeji, 2 more people. So before we get the full understanding of this topic, there are 2 different things. There is the sin and there is the Ebo and Etutu. So we want to break it down. What exactly does Ifa and Isheshi say about this? What does African spirituality as a whole say about it? 2 more roses in the next 3 minutes. Ejo, Eshe. Once we meet this target, our video gets to go to the next level and then more and more people will see it. That's the whole idea. So we are going to define sin. If you have not seen my video where I talked about what sin means in Ifa and Isheshi, I'm begging you, go to YouTube and watch that full video. What does Ifa say about sin? What does Ifa say about sin? What does Ifa say about sin? It is on my YouTube channel, but I would explain briefly today. Then Etutu and Ebo, there was a video that I made that I explained Etutu and Ebo in details, but we are going to bring the best of both sides. We need 1 more person to meet that goal. We need 1 more rose to meet that goal, and I think we have less than a minute. So 1 more new person that hasn't given a gift before. There are 30 people on this live streaming. Try and be nice. Try and be nice. Represent your village people well. Try and be nice. 1 more person. Thank you very much. Yes, you are in the house. Our goal has been achieved. Thank you so much. Everybody that participated. Thank you very much. Real arts. So let's talk about this right now. What is sin? Can somebody define what sin is in the comment section? What do you understand by sin when it comes to, general life in any form, whether from your religious knowledge or from African spirituality? What do you understand that sin is? What do you think sin is? This is a class, so we participate here. What do you understand by sin? If you want me to bring you up on the video, like you want to participate virtually, visually, yeah, you want to participate visually, please send a request. Let me see if I can bring somebody up to speak. Until now, they said if, sin means wrongdoing, right? Okay, that's one. Somebody else, what does sin mean to you? We need to understand. Remember, what we do here is help you to unlearn the misconceptions. So I need to know what misconceptions you have or what truth you have, then we take it up from there. What do you understand as sin? Or the rest of us, we have never heard about sin before. We are living in the land of the holy where sin does not exist. Doing something against humanity. Okay, that's another angle, just for fun. Thank you. On YouTube, is anybody participating there? All right, so sin is wrongdoing, doing something against humanity. Now, let me paint a picture for you. Imagine that. Okay, thank you very much. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine we have 2 people going against the law of religion. Okay, imagine we have 2 people, you and I, whatever your name is, and I wake up in the morning. I decide to take my plate. We both wake up in the morning, we have eaten. I decide to take my plate and I drop it into the trash can. and then you decide to take your plate and you wash it. Meanwhile, generally speaking, when we are done with our plates, what are we supposed to do with it? Please, participation, doing things contrary to the moral conduct of the society. Generally speaking, according to the moral conduct of the society, when you are done eating, what do you do with it? You wash your plate. So the person that trashed their plate has done something wrong. Is that right? Generally speaking, if your child wakes up and then takes their food and trash the plate, I mean drop the plate into the dustbin. That's what I mean. That means that child has done wrong, right? I want to come from where we know to where we don't know. Now, two different things. Now, what if I explain to you that the plate I'm using is a disposable plate, and the plate you are using is a beautiful ceramic china? Are you still going to say me throwing that plate away is wrong? If you later find out that the plate that I use in my house is disposable, will it still be wrong? Someone said going against your conscience. Okay. Will it still be wrong if I trash my disposable plate? No. But it was wrong a minute ago, before you knew the type of plate that I was using. Exactly how sin is, as simple as that. So you see, we need to first of all start from that definition of what we call sin. What the society assumes that sin is. What the general public assume that sin is. Now, have you ever watched any movie that talks about the law, and they say this person was found doing something wrong, but they will tell them to come and present their case and argue their case. And then there is a jury, and both parties are speaking in front of the jury. Now, the jury, they're spending days listening to both parties, listening to the backstory. What happened to what? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why did those happen? And eventually, the jury comes to a unanimous agreement that, this man he should be discharged and acquitted. But in the initial stage, when they first of all mentioned that case, you just knew this person would be convicted. There was no way. But then when you heard the backstory, and the jury heard the backstory, and they looked at this side and they looked at that side, they discovered that this thing is not as bad as we think it is. This is the reason for this, and that is the reason for that. That is exactly how it is. So aside from the law, how would I put it, the legislative law, the political law, that guides a town and a city, even with that law, they just don't pick people up and say because somebody said you did this, without hearing you out, they just say you've committed a sin and they just sentence you. No. Despite the fact that the laws have been instituted, they still allow you to say, this person might have done X, Y, Z, but there might be reasons. Come and present your reasons. Even in political and legislative laws, that is allowed. Why do they allow that? Because we understand as humans that our knowledge is limited. We can never see the full picture of things looking at it from one side. That is why there is a court of law where you present your case. If you have a good lawyer who is able to speak for you beyond reasonable doubt, you can be discharged and acquitted on that same thing that was once looked upon as totally wrong. Now, when it comes to the spiritual, it's the same thing. You can never get the full picture of something just looking at it from one angle. I know that sounds, people are just trying to, it is what it is. As it is in heaven, so it is on earth. Whatever it is we're experiencing in human life is a reflection of the spiritual. So if you want to have a glimpse into the spiritual, you look at how things are done physically. Most of the time, it gives you a glimpse into it. So if you cannot, they said until somebody is proven guilty, you don't call them a criminal. So until somebody is spiritually proven guilty, you don't call them a sinner, which means that it is not in my place or in your place to look at somebody else and say what they are doing is because you never have the full picture of anything. Nobody has the full picture of anything per time, which is one of the reasons we love Ifa. You and I, that's one of the reasons we love Ifa, because Ifa is the voice of Olodumare. Olodumare is the only being that sees the full picture of everything per time. So to reward it, a proven wrongdoer. Exactly. So Olodumare is the only one that sees the picture of everything per time. And it's only Olodumare that can say, this is what this is. We are just looking at it from different angles every day. Now, let's go back to Ifa. Imagine that somebody's somebody's taboo is that you don't kneel down, put your knees on the floor to greet anybody. The moment they have done your itefa for you, you are not supposed to bow this your head down to anybody because your ori is special like that. Now that person walks into a gathering of Yoruba people, and that person is greeting elders and is saying, ah, Ekpelesa, yes sir, Ekpelesa o, Enlesa o, and then you sit down in one corner and say, how rude and disrespectful. Kí ló ń ṣe léyìí? Ọmọ ọdún mélòó ni ẹ́? Ọmọ ẹ̀ má bàjẹ́ o. They should, then somebody taps you and say, ah, his Odùifá is XYZ. Nínú odù yẹn wọn kì í kúnlẹ̀. Okay. Oh, okay, now I see. Yes, now you see, because you cannot obviously see everything. That is how this thing is. That is how spirituality is. Now, let us bring it back to our Ebo and Etutu. Before we started, I said, I'm answering this question because a couple of people sent me a certain video that a spiritualist had made saying that your Ebos and Etutu, one of the reasons it's not accepted is because of sin. Now, let me explain this to you. If sin is a factor in your Ebo and Etutu, trust me, the Orishas we are giving Ebo and Etutu to, they don't even deserve it. If wrongdoing is a factor, and you read through your Odùifá, you read through all the Odùifá, and you listen to all the history and the stories of the life of our Orishas on this earth while they walked this earth, trust me, they themselves do not deserve the Ebo and the Etutu if sin is the yardstick for that measurement. Because there is no Orisha that we have or that we had that walked this earth that did not stumble in at one point, even if it is one. And there is no Eseifa that claims that any of our Orishas walked this earth holy, righteous, and blameless and without sin. Kosi. In fact, in Ifa, there is no such thing as holy, righteous, and blameless. Kosi. There is no human condition that is called sinless or without sin. Is not possible. Now, a lot of people that are reoccurring or that are establishing all of these things, notice them, they are coming from Abrahamic religion. And I understand how sin has been defined and advertised to them in Abrahamic religion, and it sounds justifiable in their head. Does it sound? I mean, it sounds good to say if you commit sin and you are asking God for something, he's not going to answer you. It sounds logical to say that, but it is not spiritual. Unfortunately, it is not. Iyanifa, are you trying to say that we can do anything we want and we just continue to give Ebo and Etutu? I did not say that. So listen and follow me carefully. Take it step by step. Keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. So if Ebo and Etutu, if sin is the yardstick to measure Ebo and Etutu, the Orishas are not going to have it. They do not even qualify to receive it. Because the life that they lived is natural human life that can never be devoid of sin and wrongdoing. So, Iyanifa, hold on, just hold on. Please keep tapping on your screen. So, Iyanifa, are you saying now that People can just go ahead and sing. Once they have money and they do it to an ebo, Eledumare does not care, the Orishas don't care. No. Let me tell you something. For every choice of action that you take in this life, whether you consider it good or you consider it wrong, there are consequences for it. For every choice that you make, whether you want to steal, you want to lie, you want to unleave another person, you want to commit adultery, you want to hate on people, you want to backbite, you want to be jealous, you want to be good and kind and patient and wonderful. For every action you give, there is an equal and opposite reaction. For every choice of action you make, there is consequences for it. That is the way this life works. So I'm not here to tell you whether you want to continue to sing, you don't want to continue to sing. Anything you do, we don't understand what you are doing. We don't have a full picture of it. We are not the ones that is judging you. It is your life standard that is going to give it back to you. That one is on you. That one is between you and your Olodumare, between you and your spirits, between you and your... That one is not a bone of contention here. That is not a conversation here. When you are doing the right thing, you know you are an adult human being. You know whether what you are doing is right or wrong. And there are consequences for it. Is that okay? Whether you have a knowledge of that thing being right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Ignorance is not an excuse. You will have the consequences of it. That one is standard in life. So if you come to Ifa, let's paint a scenario. You come to give your Ebo and your Etutu. Before you give Ebo and Etutu, a divination has to have been done. Nobody wakes up one morning without having any divination ever in their life. They come and say, I want to give Ebo and Etutu. It doesn't happen like that. Before you give Ebo and Etutu, you must have at least done one divination. One. And if you come to me randomly to say, Yanifa, I want to give Ebo, I will ask you, what's the Ebo for? Oh, last week I did a divination. Ifa says I should give this and this. When you did the divination, what was the Odu that came out? I can't remember. I will advise you, let's do another divination. And let's find out what the current situation of things is. Now, when we do that divination, Ifa tells you, and when you are making Ebo, remember you are making Ebo about a particular thing. You are making Ebo about a particular situation at a particular time. Now, you come to me, we put down the Okbele, Erin Dilogun, Ikinfa, whichever one. Ifa gives us the full picture of everything that is going on there. Is that okay? Now, Ifa tells us what to do. Now, if there is anything that you are doing wrong at the time, if there's anything you are doing wrong at that time that is adding to the situation you are going through, Ifa will tell you in the Odu. Listen to that and let it sink. If you come to make an Ebo, you come for a divination and Idafa, and there is something called sin in quotes that you are doing, a wrong choice, a wrong action that you are doing that is affecting that situation you have come to make a divination over, Ifa will tell you. I always give this example. It's a very good go-to example. If I make a divination for you and Oduifa Ogbeofun comes out, Ogbeofun ni Ogbegbohun folohun kowo ba le fuye. Ifa says there is something in your hand that you have taken, that you are sitting on, that you are standing on, that you are hiding or covering, that is not for you, that is not right. Ifa says return it so that your hands will be free to accept this blessing that is coming. Just one example. For those of you that followed me on Ashe for today's season 1, there is a particular Odrifa. Thank you so much for that gift. There is a particular Odrifa that we looked into. It was an Odrifa for Orunmila and his wife Yemo. Yes. In that Odru, Orunmila was the one that did a divination, went to Ifa to do a divination concerning his wife. He felt his wife was moving funny. In the Odu, Ifa said, your wife is committing adultery, and if she doesn't stop, she's the one that will cause herself to be unalived. So if she does not fix this and stops this act, this is what is going to happen to her. Then Ifa says she should make ebo to fix the one that she has already done. But first of all, the wrongdoing was pointed out to her. The same Odu that spoke to the wife of Orunmila also spoke to her lover. Ifa even mentioned the name of her lover, Ogbuatoyin. Ifa mentioned his name and said they should also go and tell that person, if he does not stop adultery, this and this is what's going to happen to him, and he should make an ebo. That's how Ifa works. So whoever it is that is telling you that because of one sin that you committed somewhere is why your ebo is not accepted, maybe the person is not talking about Ifa. Ifa will tell you expressly. Why? Because you and I cannot determine what sin is in the life of anybody. We have limited picture of things. If you see somebody with so much anger and hatred towards someone, you don't know the backstory. You just don't look into somebody and say, what kind of human being are you? Why can you be treating someone like that? How can you be wishing somebody bad? When they tell you the backstory, you yourself that you don't know them, you will carry AK-47 and go and meet them. Why is this person still walking free on the surface of the earth after all of this? So it is, as a human being, it is not in our place. Aside from the minor children you are raising, it is not in your place to look at somebody else and say, because of this sin and because of that thing. You can never have the full picture. Which is why even in the legislative law of the land, when you have done something that everybody sees as obviously wrong, they still allow you to present your case. Then different people, there is a jury of 12 people looking at it from different perspectives. They pick different people from different places to be able to look at it from different angles. Even at that, they will still not see the end. Because even with that, there are sometimes when they allow the innocent to get punished and the guilty to go unpunished. The only being that sees everything at every time in the depth of what it is Olodumare. And the only way Olodumare speaks is through Ifa. So tí Ifá ò bá sọ pé nǹkan tẹ́ni yẹn ṣe máa dènà ẹbọ ẹ̀, kò sí nǹkan tó kàn ẹ́, kò sí nǹkan tó kàn mí. You understand what I'm saying? Ifa is the one that will say it, which is why I tell people, Ifa has to be the simplest form of spirituality. It is the most basic form of it. Like anything you need, just ask. You just ask. If you are in doubt, just ask. Now, here is how it is. So, after we have made that divination, and if I has told this person, you are committing adultery, you have taken something that is not your own, you are engaging in a relationship with somebody that does not align with you. Sometimes that relationship you are in, that marriage you are in, is a sin against your Ori and your Eleda. You are dragging your Ori and your Eleda into something they have nothing to. As simple as that. How do you get to determine that as a priest? How do I get to determine that in your life? Some of you, that job that you are doing, Spirit have told you several times, you do not have any business in the force, but you shall want to stay there. Every other person that Ori has aligned to you in this life, if you are doing what you are supposed to do, some of you are in a relationship, you are committing sin against the Ori and the Eleda of your children, because you are taking them through things that you are going to pay for. Things that when the repercussions start, but how do I determine that? By just looking at you. So when you talk about sin in African spirituality, in Ifa and Isheshe, it's more than your feelings. It's more than you just sitting there and telling somebody. Some of you there, you are lying. It's not every lie that is a sin. Drink water and drop cup on that thing I just told you now. It's not every time people say things that is not true that is a sin. Exactly. It is not. Let me explain something to you. I told somebody one day, I said, imagine that you have a pregnant friend who has preeclampsia. Preeclampsia is high blood pressure during pregnancy. She has preeclampsia. And one idiot human being is running towards her door to come and say, Madam Jane, I just saw your husband right now. He's inside the hotel with 5 girls that are there. They've come to boss the hotel, and your husband is outside. And you are the friend, you are by the door, and they just explained all of these things to you. And you say, it's okay, madam, go. Then your friend comes from upstairs and says, babe, what happened? Who are those at the door? It's one of those children, Jerry. Are you sure? The voice I heard is voice of adult. I say it's those children that are playing ball. Maybe one of them has sore throat. That's why his voice is sounding like adult. I just lied to my friend. But excuse me, that's not a sin. Because I'm saving a mother and a child from unnecessary stress. Because that information, she does not need it right now. She cannot process it right now. That's called, it's not a sin under any circumstances. Because saying information sin. Do you understand what I'm saying right now? So when you sit down in one corner and because of the little you know about someone, you are telling them, because of that thing you are doing, your ebo will not be accepted. The person that requested for ebo, the being that requested for ebo, and the being we are giving ebo to, they are not human beings like you and I. They see things way beyond where we see it. And trust me, it is not anybody's job to be defining sin and calling. It's not your. Then, as a spiritualist, you have way too many things to do than that. Let your divination be the one to point out to the person, madam, if I say there's something you are holding on to that is not your own, think about it very well and go and drop it. If not, this ebo you are about to make will not be accepted. That's all. They are not your minor children. So, spiritual mother that is coming to preach sermon, see, I'm not, in everything I've said now, is there anything that sounds like, continue to do what is wrong, Ebo will fix it? No. Continue to do what you want to do. There are consequences for it. You are an adult. If you can use your full chest to commit sin, you will use your full chest to carry the consequence. That one is on you. There is no adult that will not tell me that 90% of the time, they don't know whether what they are doing is right or wrong. It's not even a sermon for anybody to be preaching. So when you have done the ebo, and when you have done the divination, and Ifa has told you what and what to physically fix, the things that you are doing that you need to stop, Ifa will, the Odrifa will say it and then will tell you. Now let's move on to when we do the ebo. Let me tell you something. In Ifa practice of ebo and Etutu, there is no such thing as we will give the ebo, then we go back to find out if the ebo was accepted. Eka Odrifa láti Ejiogbe till the last one. Kò síbi tí Ifá ti sọ pé ìgbà tí wọ́n wá dá fáyẹn ẹbọ òfin ẹbọ ọgbà. Èmi o, with the little knowledge that I have never seen it before. Pé wọ́n ní lágbájá kan wá dá fá o, ó wá ṣètùtù ó ṣẹbọ o, Odrifa yẹn wá sọ pé ẹbọ òfin ẹbọ ọgbà. I'm talking about recorded information. If you have any Odru and essay that is not the one you manufactured 2 days ago, tó ti wà láti àtètèkọ́ṣe, tó sọ pé ẹnìkan gbé ẹbọ ó gbé tutù kò fín kò dá ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa yọ jáde bóyá bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ẹ̀ka ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Until you find one, this is how it works. Tá a bá gbé ẹbọ sílẹ̀ tá a fẹ́ ṣe, ibi tí ẹbọ yẹn wà kó tó gbé lọ sídìí èṣù àbí sídìí òrìṣà ní babaláwo ti máa béèrè pé ṣẹbọ yìí ti pé. If you have ever witnessed live session of ẹbọ, babaláwo á béèrè pé ṣẹbọ ti pé. tí wọ́n bá kà á lórí odù tó bá sọ pé ẹbọ ò tí ì pé wọ́n tún máa béèrè ṣómi lókù ni tó bá ń ṣèbò lórí ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀. You understand what I'm saying? ṣómi lókù ni wọ́n máa béèrè, tí fábá lómi ni wọ́n á ní kẹ́ ẹ bomi sí, ṣépo ni òtó ni. They will ask until it is complete. No babalawo carries incomplete ẹbọ lọ sí di òrìṣà. In Ifá o, if your babalawo decides to do it, both of you are playing kites with your destiny. That's on both of you. But the way we were taught that they do it, we will ask at the time that we are doing it, before we take it to the orishas. Látima béèrè pé ṣé ó pé àbí kò pé. Now take for instance that we have asked for everything that is there. Ṣé kú tó, wọ́n lé kú ti tó. Ṣé ẹbọ ṣé omi ti tó, wọ́n ló ti tó. Ṣé epo ti tó, wọ́n ló ti tó. Every other thing we are asking, Ifa says that is not the problem. Then we will now go further to ask, is it the people that are here have witnessed it before? Ifa will say, they will ask about the people that are here. Is it this person that needs to fix something? Is it the babalawo that needs to fix something? Is it the person tí wọ́n ṣẹbọ fún that needs to fix something? Every answer has to be yes before we carry that ebo. If your babalawo does not follow that process, then that is on the two of you. But that is the way our own fathers taught us. Everywhere that I get to, tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe ẹbọ bó ṣe yẹ kó ṣe bó ṣe ń ṣe nìyẹn. So there is no such thing as after. Someone said, how do we explain B-boy fact that after a few days and nothing changes in the look of the Iki and others? Nothing. What do you mean nothing changes? Stephanie, what do you mean nothing changes? Stephanie, do you want me to add you to this live streaming so that you can say it out via audio or video, or do you want to type it out? What do you mean by after a few days nothing changes in the look of the Iki? Do you want to answer that question? Let me see how you see this invite thing. Stephanie, I cannot see the invite tab in front of your name, so I can't invite you. There is usually an invite button that appears before different people's names. But anyway, you can just explain it in text. What do you mean that there is nothing changes in the look of the Iki and the other thing? I need to understand what you mean by nothing changes. I would answer all the other questions, but I need to understand what Stephanie is saying. Okay, until Stephanie is ready to complete her question. She can say, okay, Stephanie, you can send a request, so if it pops up, I'll see it. Now, I don't know what is supposed to change in the look of the Iki and Ifa. I don't know what she means by that, but if she explains, we'll be able to understand that. So you will ask your questions. We will make sure that everything, like the stuff decaying and producing maggots. If you give ebo to your own Ifa, so you are expecting it to go in a certain way. You are expecting that it should decay and produce maggot. So if it doesn't decay and produce maggot, you see, this is exactly what I talk about. Don't stereotype spirituality. There is no such thing as this is the way everything has to go. After, it's like somebody drops ebo and then they say, oh, why is it that goats did not come and eat it, or sheep did not come and eat it, or it's still there till the next morning, breast did not come and eat it? You see all of those things. They are not things you need to bother about. I beg of you. There is no way. It's just like you put food outside normally. You see these physical items you have put into your ebo, the physical items you put there, they will go through natural physical process. Natural physical process. The spiritual part of it, when we say igunugu lo ń jẹbọ ṣálú ayé, àkàlàmàgbò lo ń jẹbọ ṣálú ọ̀run, meaning that Igunugu is the vulture, the scavenger bird. Is the one that eats the ebo on earth. Akalamagbo is another bird that eats the ebo of heaven. Now, is it every time we put ebo outside that you see vulture coming to carry it? Me, I can't even remember the last time I saw a vulture. Trust me, I cannot remember. So there's so many of these things that it is not physical explanation to it. When you have followed the right steps, you are making your ebo like I'm explaining right now. Before the babalawo makes the ebo, emphasis on babalawo and iyanifa, people that are trained in that profession. People that are trained in that profession. A lot of you will do Itefa today. You will be watching how they are doing the ebo for you. You will go home and start to do the ebo by yourself. Excuse me. That is not your job. Until the day you have been trained and you become a babalawo. I know this doesn't sound like popular opinion, especially for people in the diaspora. You people don't like to hear this, but that babalawo that you went to meet did not become a babalawo in 2 seconds. There is no crash program for being a babalawo. Some of these things that we learn as babalawos and iyanifa, you learn it in the course of time. There is no book for it. You learn it in the course of time. Somebody sent a message to me. Sorry that we are digressing, but let me say this. Somebody sent a message to me. I had made a video about if you have your Ifa in the house and the cover gets stuck and you are trying to open it for days. And I made a video saying, don't force it open. Àwọn àgbàwo máa sọ pé Ifá yẹn ti ṣawo lọ. Ifá ti ṣe awo lọ. A client of mine or a contact of mine, no, not my client, just one of the contacts on WhatsApp, he said when he experienced that, his babalawo said there is nothing, you should pour water and use knife to open it. The guy forced it open. He told me that the heat that came out of the bowl, he dropped it with speed and it broke. For hours, he was trying to open his eyes. For hours, he was trying to open his eyes. He couldn't. They poured palm oil, they poured this, they poured that. After that, everything calmed down. He was the only one that was there. The story sounded untrue to every other person. And he said, that was when I remember that you said, we should not force it open. He said his babalawo said it doesn't make any difference, that it is the items they had put into it that made it stick. So how do you explain the experience of that person? It is years of experience that will teach you this type of things. So please, when you are making ebo, make sure that the person that is making the ebo is a trained babalawo tó ti fi ọdún, tó ti fi kọ́. It is an insult on people who have spent 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years getting trained before they are called babalawo and iyanifa. For you to just stand up, buy a plane ticket, come to Nigeria, wait for 1 month, do Etutu and ebo, record videos, and then go back to the diaspora and now say you are a babalawo, and people are bringing their Ifa to you. It's unfair on the people that you are deceiving, because it's deception. Let's make that clear. So if the person that is making ebo for you is a true babalawo, whatever it sees that happens with your ebo in your bowl, your Ifa bowl, the person is able to explain to you every step of the way. Let me also say this to Stephanie. In Ifa, we don't call those little white creatures, we don't call them maggots. When you find them in your Ifa bowl, ajé la máa ń pè wọ́n. Ifa lọ kó ajé wá ni, ajé là ń pè wọ́n. We don't call them maggots. À ń pè wọ́n ní díndín. Ajé là ń pè wọ́n. So you see things that you are supposed to learn working with, you understand. So let's go back to what we are explaining. Does sin affect your Etutu and Ebo? Somebody has asked me, so in Ifa, what is sin? That person, I would respond to your question and other questions. But please, go to my YouTube channel, Iyanifa Ewa TV, and find the video where I explain what does Ifa say about sin, or what is, I think the title is what does Ifa say about sin, or what is sin in Ifa and Isheshe, something like that. You'll find the video there. But I will still answer it in this video. So after we have, while we are making the Ebo, like I said, we are asking questions to find out, is this Ebo complete? Is this Ebo complete? Is this Ebo complete? We will find out all of those things until Ifa says the Ebo is complete before we give it. So it is before we drop the Ebo in front of the Orisha that we already know that the Ebo has been, we have given the right thing the right way. It is not a thing that we drop and then we go back there to now start asking, let me give you an example. When you have Ebo for Ogun, you are giving your dog and everything to Ogun. Ibi tí wọ́n ti ń bọ Ogun yẹn ló máa ti fi obì ló máa fi dáfá pé ṣógun yé. It is at that point that Ifa will speak. When they put the kola nut, sometimes it will say ẹ̀ta ìwà. Ẹ̀ta, wọ́n máa sọ fẹ́ni tó ń ṣẹbọ yẹn fún pé kó lọ mójútó ìwà ẹ̀ dáadáa. An instruction has been given. Ẹ lọ mójútó wà yín dáadáa. Tó wáyé pé ọ̀kan ni, wọ́n á ní kó fọwọ́ kanlẹ̀, kó fọwọ́ kàyàn, pé kó fọkàn balẹ̀. Put your mind at rest. This, what you are doing is right and it will be accepted. Put your mind at rest. And then if it is all up, like everything is all fine, you will hear the babalawo and everybody there shouting, Ogun ye mo ye, ká tó kúrò níbẹ̀ la máa mọ̀ bóyá ogun ye àbí kò ye. So it's not a matter of after you have given your Ebo, then maybe because you have committed sin, that's why your Ebo is not. Kò sí nǹkan tó jọ nínú Ifá, to the best of my knowledge and my understanding. Ibi tí mo kọ́ fádé pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà tí Elédùmarè fi surround me. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. I know those that are transitioning from religion, that's hard for you to understand. But another thing I want to beg, I love how people are trooping in from Abrahamic religion to Ifa and they are finding their calling. And one of the major challenges we are likely to have is people that ancestors have called them while they were in Abrahamic religion. The moment they transition and they come, they forget the need to go through training before they start to talk to people. I have been on this journey for 10 years straight. I could have started EHA College in year 1, the year that I just came in. I could have started to talk like this and teach like this. I had the skills of teaching, so trust me, even if I tell you nonsense, with the way I speak, you will believe the nonsense. But I dare not do that when it comes to ancestral work. I put in almost a decade into learning. And for those of you that are following me, I did not sit down in one place and I'm learning on YouTube. It was part of it. I traveled to places. Every state in southwestern Nigeria where Ifa is being practiced, I went there to learn from people that they directed me to. I went to Benin Republic, I went to Togo, I went to Ghana, to places that Ifa was being practiced to learn. For almost 1.5 years, I was in Ghana learning, left my family, before I could stand up like this and look at you and I'm teaching. So one of the major challenges we would have, there are people that have already had their spiritual calling. They knew that spirit and ancestors called them, and they are way there in Christianity, in Islam, in wherever. They come in here and they feel that they have become an authority in 2 seconds. Yes, you have a calling, but there is a huge gap that you have to bridge with knowledge and experience. And those of you that are also listening, make sure you can do this calculation by yourself. I know I used to know this person online 2 years ago. They were not talking about Ifa. You want to ask them for it. There's nothing wrong in trying to get information. For how long are you learning? Where are you learning? I know a lot of people online. who are just coming, and they will tell you, oh, I'm learning from one Baba, these are the things that they are teaching me. Based on what I know, this is what I will say. Absolutely okay. But please, I know we have passion, I know we have all of this, and we are just ready to pull down every hold of religion and publicize spirituality, yes, but please get knowledge. Get knowledge. The particular video that I'm referring to, the person has a spiritual calling. I don't dispute that. The person is associated with Ifa, but telling people that they are Ebo and Etutu will not be accepted because of sin, it totally negates what Ifa stands for. It totally negates it. The concept of sin in spirituality is a personal thing. That is why we go to do Itefa, where you will be given personal instruction and personal taboos will be given to you as a person. Your journey is different. What is considered sin to you, for you, is different from the next person. Is different from the next person because as a human being, you are limited in your understanding of things. Does that now say that Ifa encourages that you should just do anyhow? Do anyhow, you will see anyhow. That one is normal. So if you want to do if you like, you do anyhow. The consequences of anyhow is waiting for you. Ashepa money. But it has its own place. And Ifa will point it out to you. And as an Ifa priest, if Ifa did not point out to you that the man that woman is following is not, it is not your place to say, because how do I want to judge somebody else's sin or tell somebody else that their sin is disturbing them when I don't even know what Olodumare or their Ifa sees as sin for them? Is Ifa Igbo tradition? Ifa is not tradition. Ifa was given to the Yoruba people of southwestern Nigeria for the whole world. Every human on the planet of this world can practice Ifa, is welcome to Ifa. Ifa does not have anything to do with your tradition or your color or your race. But Ifa was first given to the Yoruba people of southwestern Nigeria. At the moment, we're in southwestern Nigeria. Back in the day, it wasn't southwestern Nigeria. So southwestern Nigeria to the coast of, West Africa and all of that. Now, before I answer this question about dreams and vision, somebody asked earlier, the person said, why is Ifa in Yoruba land different from Ifa in Togo? Okay, so when Orunmila was given Ifa, for lack of better words in English, Orunmila was a prophet that was giving Ifa, and he was one that brought Ifa, to teach everybody. Now, as you move from place to place, remember that the knowledge of Ifa was verbally transferred from one generation to another, verbally. People taught people by just speaking to them. Now, just look at it. I give you an information, you give the next person, and the next person, and the next person. By the time you get to the 10th person, there will be slight changes, because it's human that is passing the information around. The only type of information that might not change over centuries is written and documented. And back in the day, I mean centuries ago, we didn't have the privilege of written and documented. It was passed orally. So as it was being passed orally, and how would I put it? The political creation of states and countries and nations and segregation started happening. A lot of changes started happening. In fact, within West Africa, within southwestern Nigeria, there are some practices that vary from state to state in the practice of Isheshe. Yes, as Babalawos, we meet ourselves and we talk and we'll be like, Lord Otiwa Obo Sheni, Lord Otiwa Obo Sheni. There are slight differences. Those differences come based on environments where we are, things that have happened over the course of years, the segregation based on political boundaries and what have you, which is also why those that are practicing Ifa and Isheshe in the diaspora, in the Caribbean, in southern, the southern part of America, why you have a lot of mix and match in their practice of Ifa is because of all of these things that traveled over time. You understand? So that is it. But foundationally, anyone that practices Ifa with the 256 Odu, using the Ikin and the Okpele and the cowrie shells, based on the 256 Odus that we have, the person is practicing Ifa. Now, any other thing that sounds like it, that is not based on those 256, it looks like Ifa based on divination tools, but it is not Ifa. So where you have practices called Afa that uses something similar to the Okpele, as long as it is not based on those 256 recorded Odrifa, it is not Ifa. Do you understand now? Now, that is not supposed to say, oh, our own Ifa is better. There is no competition in spirituality. I told you that before. I'll say that again. Don't let's bring that into here. There is no competition. We just have slight differences. There are no competition. Is that okay? So let's take some questions before we go on. Let me see, how far can we go? I will start reading the questions as far as it can go, and if I miss your question, you ask again. Somebody said, okay, we've read that part. How do you explain? Okay, Stephanie, I've read that part. What is seen in Ifa? I've answered that question. That's pretty much what has been explained. Why is Ifa in Nigeria different from Togo? I just answered that question. Which other questions do we have? What other questions do we have? Learn something new today. Is Ifa an Igbo tradition? Okay. How does somebody know if they have supernatural gifts? I've been having dreams and visions since I was a kid. Do a divination. Do an Ifa divination, and then we find out if you have spiritual gift, if you have spiritual callings, what is your spiritual calling. It's not something that we can guess. Is that okay? Someone said because the person might be almost Oshun. What is Erin Dilogun? Erin Dilogun is, why can you tell us about Egbe? I have a full video on YouTube. In fact, 2 videos on YouTube that talks about Egbe in details. So that person wants to head over to YouTube, Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Please type it in the comment section. Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. You would find videos where I explain Egbe in details. That's why we always have the replay on YouTube. So the person that asked about how do you know if you have a spiritual calling? See, how do we know anything? Just ask Ifa. Very simple. Ifa makes it very simple. We don't need to guess. We don't need to gamble. You don't need to stress yourself. Just ask Ifa. It is that simple. So if you want to book a divination, an Ifa divination, send a message to the WhatsApp number that is now pinned on your screen. So for that person, when you make an Ifa divination, Ifa will tell if you have a spiritual calling. If you have a spiritual calling, and you don't send message, you cruise ship, kini kan. Jẹ́ kí n ṣe ìwúre fún ẹ, torí mi ò, I don't have patience like that. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, gbogbo àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ àtàwọn òrìṣà tá ń bọ̀, they will show you the other side of them. Wàá rí ìjà omi àti ìjà iná, wàá wá padà wá. You will now come back and come and explain which side of your father's family the madness is coming from. Trust me. Lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ó yẹ kó máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín. The orishas are not supposed to be that nice. Ó yẹ kó máa fún yín ní, ó yẹ kó máa fún yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, kó máa fi hàn yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan, so that you not come out and be. Ìtí ò bá tí ì rí ìjà irúnmọlẹ̀ nínú wọn, we no stop this nonsense that they are saying. Àwọn pásítọ̀ oníṣòkòtò tí ń rí tí ẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé káàkiri, lè dórí live streaming wọn lọ́sàn yẹn. Seriously, our orishas, me, I'm personally begging on behalf of people that will come on my live streaming and be talking nonsense. Let Shango just show them what fire looks like. Oshun should just show them the angry side of water. Òun nìkan kó má kó bá gbogbo àwọn ará ilé kóhun nìkan máa experience ẹ̀. Àwọn ìyá mi ò gbìngbìngbìn torí ìgbìngbìngbìn lẹ́yìn kù léèyàn ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ fi hàn pé ṣé o fẹ́ mọ bá ṣe rí kó lọ fi bọ́ ṣe rí hàn. They will not come here and be drinking. Pray for them to see light. He lost again. An average adult knows what they are doing. Nobody is lost. They are deceiving you that you are lost. Imbole son will see. Come and take GPS if you are lost. Nobody is lost. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something that you don't know. We are coming from religion that tells us not to accept responsibility and not to be accountable. There is no average mentally, emotionally, and psychologically balanced person who doesn't know what they are doing. Even right there in religion, you had questions. You knew that something was not adding up. You were not just able to come out and ask. As long as you're a right-thinking person, you know these things. A right-thinking human being knows not to go into the space of when they are speaking something about spirituality to utter some statement. That one is just general human thinking. Whether you are a religious person or not, as a Yoruba person that was raised in Yoruba land, you don't see elderly people sitting down somewhere and you walk into their middle and you tell them that because you are not dressed like me, you are mad. You will not say that. Because what? You are a right-thinking human being. You are mentally balanced. So let's stop making excuses. They are lost. They are found. Nobody is lost. Nobody is lost. Before you came to Ifa, who came to preach to you? Did anybody show you, oh, this is the way? Nǹkan tó lé ẹ débí ló lé ẹ débí. Ìwọ náà mọ nǹkan tó wá kó tó débí. So ẹ jẹ́ ká fi side yẹn sílẹ̀. Nobody is lost. It's like when you have people speaking about people that have passed. It is just a normal human thing to respect the memory of those that has passed, and we just don't say certain things. It's not a matter of being lost and found. So let's continue. Any other question? Any other question before I continue? Hey, somebody asked what is Erin Dilogun. Erin Dilogun in Yoruba means 16. It's a number 16. When we come to Ifa, Erin Dilogun means the 16 cowrie shells. Is a form of divination that is done using the cowrie shells. So when you see people doing divination using cowrie shells, it is called Erin Dilogun. They are using Erin Dilogun. Other forms of divination uses Okpele. That's the divination chain. This is an example of one. This divination chain. This is Okpele, the divination chain. This is Erin Dilogun, the cowrie shells. This is it. So divination that is done with this is Erin Dilogun, but simply put, Erin Dilogun is the Yoruba word for 16. Mẹ́rin ó dín nínú ogún, that is 20 minus 4, that's 16. What's the difference between Okpele and the people Owoeyo, the people that use Owoeyo to consult? Okpele is for Onifa, Owoeyo is for Olorisha. Simple difference. Okpele is based on the 16 odus. Erin Dilogun is based on the 16 odus. Mẹ́rin Dilogun, first 16 major odus. Okpele covers all the 256. Like the one that was disrespectful to the sea, I'm telling you, people will just be drinking anyhow. Any other question before we go on? Aboye, this is my first time here and I gained a lot in this short time. You are doing well. Eshe Gonio Moturayo, is that? Moturayo, yes. Ifagbe, wow. What does it mean to do Itefa and what are the advantages and disadvantages? Okay. Itefa is that Ifa divination that gives you your entire path in life, gives you your life in a summary, as simple as that. Does it have advantages? The advantage is that you know the purpose for which you are here. Does it have disadvantages? No, it doesn't. It tells you your purpose. In a nutshell, that is the entire reason why you do Itefa. It's a process, and the aim of that process is so that you know the Odrifa that birthed you. The Odrifa that birthed you gives you summary of your entire life in details. If you get what I said there, the summary of your entire life in details, that's what it does. Any disadvantage? No. My dream is always the same with my dad. He already passed. Why? Ask Ifa. I don't know your dad, I don't know you, I can't tell you why your dream is the same with your dad. So we ask Ifa. Ifa is the one that knows you, knows your daddy in and out, knows your journey in life, and Ifa will answer you. So if you need an answer to that, what is that? Adelina Martins. Send a message via the WhatsApp number to book a divination. Can Itefa be done in absentia? No. Ishefa is the one that can be done in absentia. So there are two different things. There is Itefa, there is Ishefa. If you are unable to do Itefa at the moment, maybe based on location, based on finances, based on whatever it is, you can do Ishefa. Is it compulsory to do Itefa? I just explained now. Okay, let me ask you that question so that you answer. Mutunrayo, Itefa is the only divination that tells you, that gives you the entire summary of your life and tells you your path in life, your destiny, what you are here to do, what your do's and don'ts are, the career you are supposed to do, where you are supposed to live, the person you are supposed to get married to, the kind of business to do, your taboos, your strengths, your weaknesses, the kind of sickness that you are likely to have, your allergies, and everything in between. So having received that definition, Mutunrayo, is it compulsory to do Itefa or not? Please, I want Mutunrayo to respond. Understanding that this is what Itefa is it compulsory for everybody to do Itefa or not? I need a response from Mutunrayo or any other person that is on the live streaming. With everything we just defined right now, is it possible? You will say yes. Oh, it's yes. It's not you, it is yes. Except you are saying that it's not compulsory for people to come to this life and know what they are supposed to do. So if it's okay for people to just come into this life and live aimlessly, then we will say it's not compulsory. But if everybody has to come to this life to know their purpose, to know what they are supposed to do here, then yes, it is compulsory for everybody to do Itefa. So the people that have been passing the information around saying Ifa is not good for women, yes, I was going to come to that. The next time you see such people, ask them. So if Ifa is not good for women, how are women supposed to have their own Odu? What's the alternative for women to have their Odu and know their purpose? So the day they give you answer to that, then we can have a conversation. But between now and then, Itefa is open and compulsory for everybody. There was another Babalawo that made a video. I'm talking about people that are just coming. You know, they are just starting up. He said, Ifa is not for everybody. Ifa does not align with everybody. I didn't even know how to react to that when I saw it. Ifa does not align with everybody. What is Ifa? Ifa is Onwenu Olodumare. Ifa is the voice of Olodumare. Ifa ni afini monomo araye. Ifa is the GPS of life that shows us where to go in life. Ifa ni atori eni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. Ifa is the one that fixes the destiny of people that their destiny needs fixing. Ifa ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Ifa is the witness of our destiny. So in those 4 short definitions I gave you, who is that person that their Ori does not align with Ifa? Who is the person that their Ori does not align with the voice of Olodumare? Who is the person that their Ori does not align with the person that fixes our destiny? What is the alternative for that person to hear Olodumare? What is the alternative for the person's Ori to be fixed? Ifa ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Ta ni ẹni tó tún ṣẹlẹ́rìí if Ifa does not align? You see, before you consume information online, just use your brain. Like, let's use our head. Let's break this thing down. When people come and they are making big grammar, just break it down. Just break it down. Ask yourself questions. The same thing that we did in Abrahamic religion, don't let's come here with it. Ask yourself questions, process it, and ask yourself, does it really make sense? Because I don't understand how somebody will say Ifa does not align with everybody, yet we say Ifa is universal information. Is it the physics that is in Ifa does not align to the person? Or is it the binary that's, because if binary is the system of Ifa, and binary has been used to do all these things that we are doing, if Ifa is the one that we come to answer, so if Ifa does not align to everybody, that person, the next time that person has a question to ask, kí ló máa fi dáfá fún? Kí ló máa fi béèrè question? Ṣé kò ń ṣe fá ló máa dá fún ni? When people say these things on your timeline, ask questions. If somebody's ori does not align with Ifa, if the person has questions in this life, who gets to answer them? What's the alternative? Because the person that made that video is a babalawo. The person claims to be a babalawo. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that video. In the same video, the person said, when people do Itefa and they are going through a lot in life, it's because Itefa is not for them. No. When people do Itefa and they are going through a lot in life, go back and ask Ifa why they are still going through a lot in life. Let's normalize asking Ifa questions. If Ifa does not align with everybody, that other person, the day he asks question, am I going to ṣé mo fẹ́ wò ké béèrè lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè pé ẹjọ́ kí lẹ fẹ́ bá ẹni yìí sọ? Ifa náà kan ló máa dá ni. I don't understand that part. Ẹjọ́, don't let anybody. I know, and I'm saying this, one of the biggest challenges we are going to have right now as people transition from Abrahamic religion to Ifa are the people that are coming with, I had a calling, I've been having dreams before I came into Ifa. So the moment they come into Ifa, they just think they have become an established authority. No. You are switching careers. If you have been a professor of mathematics before and you want to switch career to medicine, you will go and start from the beginning. You will go and start from the beginning. You just don't flip career and say, oh, because I was a professor in my former school, when I come here, I have become a professor. No. You go and learn. There is a learning process. Save people all this misconception. We are still trying to deal with the misconception that is coming from Abrahamic religion. Now we have to deal with the misconception of people that are just springing up every day and talking about Ifa like they really know it. Meanwhile, they don't. And they are giving out such information with their full chest. And people that also don't know nothing is following somebody that doesn't know anything. Hey, Joe. It will not sound good if we say pastors and afars have deceived us. Then we now come into Ifa and also say one babalawo deceived me. That's going to be very painful. So while you are consuming information, process the information you are consuming. Take time. No, nobody is rushing you anywhere. Let's binary code used to build the computer comes from Ifa. So when you ask Google and think about it, okay, incomplete question. What is the meaning of seeing a golden ball given to you by an elderly person? Please, can you book a consultation and let's ask Ifa? Golden ball can mean different things to different people. Gold is associated with wealth. Gold is associated with Oshun. Gold can also be associated with so many other things. Elderly people are associated with our ancestors. Elderly people can be associated with your village people. Elderly people can be associated with so many things. We need to ask Ifa, what does that dream mean for you as a person? 10 people can have the same dream, and Ifa will explain it to the 10 of them in 10 different ways because it means 10 different things to them. So you need to ask Ifa what it means to you. Let's normalizing asking Ifa questions per time. Is that okay? What is the next question? Do you have to do a full divination to ask a question or two? What do you mean a full divination? What is a half divination? Who asked that question? Pink Lady J. What do you mean by a full divination? What do you mean by a half divination? Then when you say a question or two, why do you think some question needs a half divination, if there's anything like that? And why do you think another question needs full divination, if there's anything like that? In Ifa, there is just divination. Idafa is a general thing. So maybe if you explain exactly what you mean, you must have heard that some divination is full and some is half. So if you can enlighten me, I'll be able to answer your questions better. How can one carry out Ishefa? Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. Is a babalawo or an Iyanifa that can carry it out for you. So, and I am one. So send a message to the WhatsApp number. Please post the WhatsApp number again so that I can pin it. Mama, on the streets of TikTok, there is prize for full or half. Joe. Abilala, there is something on TikTok right now called full divination and half for Ifa or other forms of spirituality. And there is a different price for full divination and half divination. They did not share that memo to my side, though. We have not seen that memo. Trust me, if I've seen that memo, I would have corrected, I would have come to debunk it immediately. Please, for the sake of those of you that are coming into Ifa, to the best of my understanding, kò sí ìdáfá tó ń jẹ́ àbọ̀ ìdáfá, ẹ jẹ́ ká dáfá àbọ̀. Àbí báwo la ṣe máa pè ní Yorùbá, wọ́n ń dáfá àbọ̀, wọ́n ń dáfá tó kún, full and half. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ half divination and full divination. Someone said because you said a divination tells you a summary of your life. But if you did one and just one, okay, all right. So what you are talking about is the different forms of divination we have. It's not full and half. 3 major forms of divination we have. We have Idafa, Ishefa, and Itefa, and they go in depth of different levels. Is that okay? So take for instance, you are coming to a medical practitioner, to a doctor, and you have a rash on your skin. You can see something, and then the doctor looks at it with a magnifying glass. He gets to see it more. Then if a doctor places it under a microscope, he gets to see more than what the magnifying glass can see. Then when he says go and do an MRI scan or a CT scan, they see beyond your skin into your bones and your blood and everything that is going on inside, right? So different forms of divination or different types of it will show you different depths. If you come to me right now and you say, please, I want to do a divination concerning my career, and we do Idafa. Idafa is the regular divination. We have to do it regularly. There is a saying in Yoruba that Bano Sheri Enile Maribe Lomu Babalawo Difa Orun. The way today is, tomorrow might not be like that. That is why an Ifa priest does the divination every week. Our week was counted in 4 or 5 days, depends on how you count it. So a Babalawo will always do his divination like that, because what change is the only constant thing in life. So if I do an Idafa for you, based on using regular Idafa divination, and then we want to ask what, thank you very much for that gift. We want to ask what career. As an Ifa priest, I will tell you, pick 3, 4, 5, maybe 3 at the most. Pick 3 options of career that you know you can do, readily available to you, that you like. Then we ask Ifa which one is the closest. Then Ifa says do this one. Let's take for instance, you say fashion business, you say pure water factory, and then you say oil and gas. Okay, 3. And Ifa says pure water factory in Idafa. Now if you do that same Idafa in the next 1 year, if the results might be different. Why? But now when you come to do Itefa, that is another divination. We will still make a divination. This time around, we are making a divination to ask about everything about your life in one sentence. Once we are going through that process, you go into Igbodu. What die finding Igbodu? Ifa says your Odu is Ejiogbe, for instance. Then we now start to look through every step of Ejiogbe. In Ejiogbe, Ifa says, ẹni yìí lè ṣe iṣẹ́ tó bá ti ní ṣe pẹ̀lú omi lẹ́ni yìí lè ṣe. Ẹ ṣáà make sure pé iṣẹ́ tó bá máa ṣe omi wà ńbẹ̀, meaning that whatever profession this person chooses, make sure that is related to water. Now you can see why Ifa picked pure water factory, but it's not only pure water factory. You can do pure water, you can be a sailor, you can do swimming pool business, you can do aquarium business, you can open a tap and be selling water in keg, you can open borehole, you can do borehole business. So many things. It has to do with water. Your Itefa has told you that one. Now Idafa only picked that one for you. based on the limitation of that form of divination. That is why that form of divination, you can do it regularly. Itefa is done just once in your lifetime, and it gives you the entire summary of your life. Now, different definitions of Ifa. When you do Itefa, you are going through the definition of Ifa that says Ifa ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Ifa is the witness of your destiny. Let me recount that story. For those of you that are regular on my live streaming, I'm sure you can repeat that story after me. I love that story. I created that story and I will repeat it again. Ìgbà tá àǹtí ìkọ́lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wá sítáyé, ayálé àjàlá, ìyẹn àjàlá mọ̀rímọ̀rí, níbi tá ti yan orí, tá ti yan ìpín. I will translate in English, so hold on. Ìgbà tá délé ayé, màjèsín ló bí wa, àrùn tí ìpín tá yàn, àrùn tí orí tá yàn. Àwa délé ayé, àṣà ń ṣe bó ṣe wù wá. Ìgbà tá dáàrin kan la wá béèrè pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí ni mo wá sílé ayé yìí wá ṣe gangan? Kí ni mo wá ṣe nílé ayé yìí? Wọ́n wá ní gbogbo wa la yan ìpín. Ẹ gbọ́ pé èmi náà yan ìpín. Ta ló wà ńbẹ̀ ńjọ́ tí mo yàn torí mi ò rántí. Wọ́n ní Ifá o, wọ́n ní ẹnìkan wà tó ń jẹ́ Fá òun ló ṣẹlẹ́rìí ńjọ́ yẹn. Ẹnìkan wà ńbẹ̀ ńjọ́ tí mo yàn pín ni mo ti wá rìn kiri ilé ayé bí ẹ tí ò ní nǹkan ṣe. Ó yẹ ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ifá. Lẹ wá délé Ifá lẹ ni mo fẹ́ mọ ìpín tí mo yàn. Ifá wa ní ẹ jẹ́ ká fi pàdé sí Igbódù. Ẹ̀yin náà wá gbáradì, ẹ bọ́ sí Igbódù, ẹ lọ pàdé Ifá níbẹ̀. Ifá wa sọ gbogbo ìpín tẹ́ ẹ yàn, gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe yàn ṣẹ̀dá, gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe yàn pé ẹ máa wá ṣe nílé ayé. Ifá wa ka gbogbo ẹ̀ lẹ̀ fún yín. Nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ Ìtẹ̀fá nìyẹn. Now, when we were coming from Ọ̀run, which is loosely translated in English as heaven, and we were coming to Ayé, which is loosely translated as the earth, we stopped by the house of one Orisha called Ajala, Ajala Mọ̀rímọ̀rí, the one that molds our destiny, the one that defines what we are coming to do in life. I would answer your question about Ishefa, hold on. The one that tells us what we have come to do in life. We picked our destiny here and say, this is my own destiny. And we picked it and we came to this earth. But when we were born into this earth, we were born as infants with little or zero memory of what happened in our room before we came here. And then we started growing up just doing what everybody said we should do. Went to the school our parents said we should go, fill jam form and fill the course they told us to fill. Marry the person they told us to marry. Then at some point we stopped and we said, this thing is not adding up. It's not looking like it. It is at that point that you begin to ask, what is my purpose here? What have I even come to this life to do? Then somebody says, you picked a purpose and a destiny before you came from Ọ̀run, and you're like, I don't know anything about that. I cannot remember anything that happened before I was age 5, in fact. And they said somebody was there that witnessed it. You mean somebody was there that saw everything, like a CCTV camera that captured everything? Please, power tap, power tap, power tap. Those of you on TikTok, power tap, Ejo. We have almost 120 people on this live streaming. If we power tap over the next 10 minutes, we'll be at almost 200k likes. Please, power tap. Thank you. So they told us that somebody recorded everything, and please, can I go to the house of that somebody? They said the name is Ifa. And we went to Ifa's house. You came to Babalawo and Ifa, please. They said Ifa has record of my destiny. How do I get that destiny, that record? And Ifa says, meet me in Igbódù. Let's have a date in Igbódù. So we go into Igbódù. Igbódù is called, Igbo is a forest or a bush. Odu is Odu, so it's like a forest of Odu. Please click on the follow button, follow this page, click on the plus sign, click on the plus sign, follow this page, click on the plus sign, and keep tapping. And then you now went into Igbodu, which is the process of Itefa, and a divination is done, and Odu comes out. Every time Olodumare speaks to us through the Odu, and an Odu comes out. And that Odu gives you every detail of your life. Now, this is the point where I mentioned As of today, it has been said that one Odrifa contains almost 400 essay. Do we have access to all 400 essay right now? Maybe not. At least I don't. Even with my almost 1 decade of research, I don't have access to all 400 essay. But every day we are putting all the essays that we have together, digging up ancient information here and there. Is that okay? We will keep doing that. So Ifa now tells you what your destiny is. Everything. All the information. You see how that is different from Idafa? Idafa answers the question of what is happening per time. In fact, what is happening this week? Because Ifa says the way yesterday was, tomorrow might not be like that. That is why an Ifa priest is doing his Idafa every Ose, Ororun, Ojo Marun Marun. You see the difference between it? There is one that is like a full body MRI. Shows you everything, every cell, every tissue, every organ, every system of your body. The MRI sees everything at a glance. The other one that is microscope is checking this place. It will check this place. By the time it will check this place in 3 weeks time, something else has grown in this place. So it cannot give you a full picture of your entire system at a go, but the full body MRI will give it. So consider the full body MRI as your Itefa that shows you everything. Now, somebody is asking, what about Ishefa? Before I answer that question, power tap to 80K first of all. Power tap, let's get to 80K. And follow the creator. Follow this page, EHA College page, follow. Power tap till we get to 80, then I'll answer the question of Ishefa. So what's the difference of Ishefa? And then the people that are asking, if Ogbe Eyonu can do this career, just power tap to 80K, I'll answer your question. Keep following and power tap. What's that person's name? Ifa Coin Sola. Whoa, that's so beautiful. Let's share Edumare. Ifa ma bu oyin sí ọlá yín kò tiẹ̀ ní kángan á máa bu oyin sí ọlá yín ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Please, let's take this to 100K likes. Oya. Thank you very much. Do you share Obatala? Oh, yes, we do. I'm an Iyalorisha and I'm also an Iyanifa. That's why I have both the Okpele and the cowrie shell. So, ba she Ishefa no la she Orisha. If you want to do any Orisha initiation, for lack of better words, that's why I'm using that word initiation. I don't like to use initiation. And Shefani and share Orishani. Keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen. Oya. 80. Tell them or beg your co-family members to get us to 80K. Then we answer Ishefa. So please type the WhatsApp number. Type the WhatsApp number. So the person, for my wife, how much will it cost? Just send a message via the WhatsApp number. There's certain questions I need to ask you before you do the Obatala consecration. Okay, don't share Obatala. So just send a message to the WhatsApp number that is now pinned on your screen. Egbe initiation is it a must they cut your hair during that time? No, for Egbe initiation, it is not a must that your hair be shaved. Except your Egbe specifically requires it, but generally is not a must. The way it is generally compulsory for you to shave your hair during Itefa, for Egbe it is not a must, except your Egbe expressly requests for it. Can Itefa be done in absentia? No, you have to be there in person to do Itefa. Ishefa can be done in absentia. Once we get to 80K likes, I would explain what Ishefa is and what part it covers and why you must do it, why you mustn't do it, and all of those good stuff. So please keep tapping. Is it possible for it to be done in one day? Your Egbe initiation, if that is the only thing you are doing, it's not possible for it to be done in one day. But if you are doing it alongside your Itefa and your Orisha, your Efe share Orisha, Entefa, Efe fi Idi Egbe na lele, because you have started other ritual processes before, they can pick a day to do Egbe. But if that is the only thing you are doing, you cannot start it and finish it that day. is not possible. What other question? What about Ogbeyonu? What are the likely career for Ogbeyonu? Okay. I believe that is your Odrifa, and I believe you are joining my live streaming for the first time. Let me say this to you. Your Odrifa is your spiritual DNA, is your life DNA. In fact, not just spiritual. Your Odrifa that breathes you is your life DNA. It is not something you share in a public place. I explained this during my live streaming during the week, and I would explain it again. I see a lot of people do this because you don't have full knowledge of what you are doing. Now, there was a time that knowing your Odu during Akosejaye, it was a tradition. When a child is born, they do Akosejaye. Akosejaye is that first Ifa divination that is done for a child before 7 or 8 days, before the child's naming ceremony, to know the Odrifa of the child, to know the path of the child. So you see this thing we are calling Itefa, it was supposed to have been done for you when you were a child during a process called Akosejaye. Now, do you know one of the reasons that it became abolished and our forefathers stopped doing it, aside from the fact that they went into religion, is because people took advantage of that information and they went ahead to mess up with the future of that child. Understand the fact that back in the day, polygamy was a thing. A new child is born, everybody is happy and rejoicing. They are doing Akosejaye, family members are there. Ẹni tá fẹ́ la mọ̀ àmẹ́ni tó fẹ́ ni. Àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ ọmọ yẹn dénú, tí wọ́n fẹ́ ìyá àti bàbá ọmọ yẹn dénú, wọ́n wà ńbẹ̀. Now they've done Akosejaye for the child, and they say, this child is the one with the shining star. This is the child that they are waiting for in the family. This is the child that is going to carry the name of this family to abroad. Ọmọ tó máa lọ ṣoríire ni, ọmọ tí kinní kan. They are explaining everything in the Odu. People are there listening. Àwọn tó ń pè ní arógo ṣáájú ológo, wọ́n ti rí ògo ọmọ yẹn nínú Ifá tó tẹ̀ fún níjọ́ Akosejaye yẹn. They have gone to mess up and manipulate a lot of things. That is why a lot of mothers refuse it to be done for their children, because they have rivals in the name of polygamy. And that is because that information gives people a light into your entire life. You don't come into a public place and type it. I can already see your name on your profile picture. When I get into your page, I can see your picture. And then you are still giving me your Odrifa that breath you. You are indirectly giving me your entire life in a glance. Please, let's desist from doing this. Let us stop this. It's like somebody coming to put their DNA in public. If you have any questions about your breath you, go into the DM of the Babalawo or the Yanifa that you trust and ask them. It's a personal question. Emphasis on the Babalawo and the Yanifa that you trust. It's a personal question. It's a personal information. That is why Timoban Tefa, they take one person per time into Igbodu, one person per time. And the only people that are there are trusted Babalawos and Yanifas. Please, there are certain things that we should not do. So, any to support do if I won't be your to fair more career, send a message via the WhatsApp number. If you can delete that information, delete it. This is information that àwọn àgbàlagbà, àwọn tó bí wa, they are keeping it. Tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ṣe Akosejaye fọ́mọ lẹ́ni, most mothers insist that she wants to be the only one there, especially when she's from a polygamous marriage. Because the husband can be sleeping with the other wife now. In the process of their rubbing his head and rubbing his stomach, he will start to talk about something that does not concern that woman. And the moment she picks the odor of that child, she already knows what the child's life. It is you and I that is just coming in far today that does not know. Or maybe you, because at least I know more than a lot of you. But people that grew up traditionally, the moment they mention one word, they already know what the information is. Ejo. mo fi kin àti Ifá mo fi bẹ̀yín. This information is not something you throw around. But if you still feel the head of àwọn ìyá mi is your mother and the head of àwọn olóríṣà is your father, there is nothing anybody can do. You can do it, but some of us, we don't have mommy and daddy in this life again. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ní ọmọ tí ò bá níyà kò ń dégbò ẹ̀yìn, so a lè farawé yín. Some of you have spiritual backup, so there's nothing anybody can do to you. But for the rest of you that you don't have spiritual backup, it's only sense you have, use it. I will not say more than that. Egbe initiation, okay, I think I've answered that question. How much will Obatala cost? Send a message. When they see Obatala on someone's head, what can the person do? Do a divination. Do an Ifa divination. Do an Ifa divination. I beg of you, do an Ifa divination. Is Ifa that is going to tell you what it means. I don't know you. I don't know your life history. I don't know your backstory. I cannot answer that question just by looking at you and looking at your name. Send a DM via WhatsApp and ask this question again. Any other person? The WhatsApp number, please post the WhatsApp number so that I can. Okay. The WhatsApp number is now pinned on your screen. Mr. Dave Eshegoni. For initiation, we need 16 days. No, you don't need 16 days for initiation. What exactly, what are you trying to do? Is it Itefa you're asking for? Or is it Orisha? Or is it Egbe? Please be specific with your question. But whichever one you're even asking for is not 16 days. What is it called in Igbo? I don't know what is called in Igbo. I'm not an Igbo spiritual practitioner. I don't even know if Igbo has Itefa. I don't know. I really don't know. But if my husband is on this live streaming, he's a Dibia, he's an Igbo practitioner. If he's on this live streaming, he will answer your question. Please, Dibia Kana, somebody asked what is Itefa called in Igbo. I think the person means Itefa. What is it called in Igbo spirituality? If Itefa is part of Igbo spirituality, please just help me type the answer there. If it is part of it and what it is called. Why do I feel sick after initiation? Oh, it's a rigorous process. Your body can be tired. Even those of us that do the Itefa for people, after we have gone through that process, we can feel weak and tired. But if it is more than just physical weakness, ask Ifa. Do a divination and ask. Any Itefa ton o wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣàìsàn. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kíni? Your physical weakness that you're experiencing after Itefa, it can just be physical body weakness. It might be that the shrine that they use has a lot of mosquito and mosquito have bitten you and you're having malaria. It might be that some spirits are sending you messages. It can be so many things. So just the same way you go to a doctor and you say you have headache, what does that mean? Headache can be migraine, it can be tension headache. A pregnant woman can have headache. Some pregnant women will have headache from day 1 to day 9 months. It can be a brain tumor, it can be malaria, it can be a brain cancer, it can be depression. So many things can present itself through headache. You will have to do a consultation to find out. So the weakness you are experiencing after Itefa can be so many different things. Let's normalize doing Ifa divination to find out answers to questions that are deeply rooted. What else again? For those of you that are just joining, the topic of today is, does sin affect Ebo and Etutu? Any personal questions, you want to do a divination, you want to do Itefa and Ishefa, the WhatsApp number is posted on your screen. Yeah, so we have even passed 80K, so don't worry, I would explain, but let's finish these questions. If you're enjoying this teaching, say hi. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Yes, Ishefa, I would explain it now. Just hold on. Just hold on. Let me see any other question. We follow you from Togo. Please speak English. Yes, we'll speak both Yoruba and English. Is that okay? For everything I say in Yoruba, I'll translate it in English. Thank you very much from Togo. I really appreciate it. Ifagbewa, Ishesheagbewa, Lashe Edumare. You are right. Thank you for affirming that. What's the WhatsApp number again? It's pinned on your screen right now. Any other question before we talk about Ishefa? You have not talked about Ishefa. Yes, let me just scroll. I'm scrolling to see. Ishefa people are plenty. Why don't they like to crown women? I don't know why they don't. I can only speak for myself, and I can only speak based on what Ifa has said. If we do Itefa for you, and the Orisha that comes is Eshu, because that's the name, that's the Yoruba, that's the, how I put it, the universally accepted name for the Orisha. Elegua, Elegbara, Eshu. And Eshu comes up, pé Orisha Eshu ni ẹni yìí ní o, kọ́ ṣòro yẹn fún, tí Ifá bá sọ, a máa ṣe. It's not about what I like or what I don't like. Ifa is not based on what anybody likes. So the question you should be asking the person that says they don't like to do it is that, is it Ifa that say you should not do it, or you just feel like you don't want to do it? Because a lot of people are putting their feelings into this thing these days. And it's not about your feeling, it's about what Ifa has said. And I have not come across any Odu Ifa that says women are not supposed to get a certain Orisha, or women are not supposed to do Itefa. For those of you that follow Ashe for today, remember the Odu Ifa that we talked about when they said, wọ́n dá Ifá fún gbogbo ayé, ẹ máa tẹ̀ wọ́n, kẹ́ ẹ máa tẹ̀ wọ́n, tó máa ń tẹ̀yàn, wọ́n ń tẹfá fún èèyàn nìyẹn, wọ́n ní kó máa ṣe ìtẹfá fún wọn, gbogbo ayé ló dáfá fún, adáfá fún gbogbo ayé. That Ifa divination was done for the whole universe, the whole earth. And what was the instruction? Do Itefa for them. I don't know where they got that from. So if they don't like it, that's their opinion. We need to find out about what Ifa's opinion is. Ishefa, we will get there, we'll get there. What's the difference between Ifa, Orisha, Obatala, and Egbe? There is no similarity. Ifa is Ifa, Orisha is Orisha. Obatala is an example of Orisha. Egbe is also a standalone institution. They are not similar. If you do a ritual to banish a curse or break a spell, is anger or anxiety after it normal? Okay, I think that also answers the question of the person that says she was feeling weak after the Itefa. So if you are feeling anger and anxiety and it's not a normal thing with you, after you have done anything, whatever you are banishing, and it is becoming uncontrollable and is a cause for concern for you, please do an Ifa divination. So now let's explain Ishefa. Ishefa is that divination that you do that can be done. It is a version of Itefa that can be done in absentia. So you know how Ifa already has information of our entire life, like everything in the universe, from spirituality to science to biology to technology to art to music to everything. Ifa is universal knowledge. Ifa also has the info when people will be far away from home, when people will be on a journey. A time will come when people will not be present at the place where they can do their Itefa. So Ifa allows that if you are in that type of situation, do your Ishefa. It can be done in absentia. Itefa is a rigorous process. For some people, it's not even just because they are far away, because their family members right now does not align with Ifa. Some people, their spouses don't align with it. Some people, the nature of their job will not allow them to take several days at a stretch to do their Itefa. Some people cannot just wake up in the morning and shave their hair. Their husbands will ask questions. What happened? Now, for whatever reason, and Ifa understands that those reasons are genuine. So you see how Ifa makes room for you, whichever way it finds you, or you find it, or you find them. Ifa allows you to do Ishefa. Itefa is a more expensive process. Ishefa is cheaper. So based on financial reasons, so some people might not be able to do it. Ishefa allows you. Now, here is the difference. Before you do your Itefa, remember I said Itefa is compulsory. Very compulsory. Ifa allows you to do Ishefa. Ishefa gives you an Odu that you can be working with at the moment before you do your Itefa. Ìṣẹ̀fá does not give you the odù Ifá that birth you. Odù tó bá jáde nínú Ìṣẹ̀fá kò ń ṣe odù tó bí yín nìyẹn o. But it still gives you an information you can work with, just like I explained it from the medical angle. There are sometimes that doctor says do MRI and CT scan. You cannot afford it. And the doctor says, okay, you can still go and do X-ray, or you can still go and do this blood work. We can still work based on that information. It will still show you something, but it might not be able to show you exactly what the MRI scan will show you. But that is still information you can work with right now, pending the time that you can afford this one. So Ìṣẹ̀fá is not a substitute for Itefa. The information you seek during Itefa, Ìṣẹ̀fá can still give you a part of that information. And it still gives you a deeper information than the regular Idafa will give you. That one can be done in absentia. It does not need an entire rigorous how many days. It is not done in Ibodu. You can do it to have certain information about yourself. Some people will do Ìṣẹ̀fá and they say it's okay. What I know right now is okay. It's fine by you. When you eventually go to do your Itefa, the same Odu that came out during Itefa might not be the Odu that will come out. The chance that it will be the Odu is 1 out of 256 because there are 256 Odus. But when you do your Itefa and you compare it with the information that Ìṣẹ̀fá gives you, it is not far-fetched. So it's not as if Ìṣẹ̀fá will tell you, oh, you are good to go when you have a career in, let's say, food stuff. Then you now go and do Itefa. Itefa will tell you food stuff business is your taboo. No, Ifa is not confused. Olodumare is not confused. It gives you some information, but not the entire information. So for whatever reason you have to do Ìṣẹ̀fá, maybe because of your family condition right now, your married condition, your finances, your location, your job, your whatever it is, that is the reason you want to do Ìṣẹ̀fá. You can do it right now. It's okay to do it. It's even better to do it than to be saying, I'm waiting to do Itefa in another 2-3 years from now. You can do your Ìṣẹ̀fá right now. Do it right now. Whatever information it gives to you, work with that information. But don't forget that it does not rule out your need to do your Itefa. So for Team Ìṣẹ̀fá, have I answered your question now? For Team Ìṣẹ̀fá, have I answered your question now? Am I married? Yes, I'm married. The person that is asking married. Yes, I'm married. I'm married to a Dibia, an Igbo spiritualist. So the same way I'm a Yoruba spiritualist, a Yoruba priestess, I'm married to an Igbo Dibia, an Igbo priest. Those of you that was on our live streaming on Thursday, was it Thursday night? You saw my husband, right? He's also on this live streaming. What other question? WhatsApp number. Please post the WhatsApp number again so that I can pin it. Iyanifa Durosimi from the US. Eshe Gonio, thank you very much. I appreciate you. You are just joining. Our topic for today is, does sin affect your Etutu and Ebo? People should start Yoruba because it's Ifa's language. Oh yes, they will learn Yoruba. They are learning it gradually. Trust me, I know that they are. My friend did a ritual to banish curse and she started having anxiety. Okay, I think I've answered your question, Aminat. I'm learning Yoruba is the beginning of wisdom. Wow, thank you so much. Okay, so Dibiakana is answering the person that was asking what Itefa is called in Igbo. He says it is called, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it well, Igba Agu. But Ordinani is less centralized than Ifa and the initiation differs. Okay, so the closest to it is called Igba Agu or Igba Agu. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. But Ordinani, which is the Igbo spirituality, is less centralized than Ifa and Isheshe is less centralized than Ifa, and the initiations are different. So our ancestors got messages from the divine and supreme being differently, and the practices are different. But I feel like Ifa is unique in a certain way because Ifa is open to everybody. Ifa is open initiation. Most other practices of African spirituality is close-ended, you understand? It is limited to the people in that region, and you have to be a part of it before some information can be open to you. But Ifa is open information. Ifa was given to the Yoruba people, yes, but Ifa was given to the rest of the world. That is why you can find Igbo, Hausa, Tiv, people from Ga, is it Ga or Ga? What's it called? Ga. Ga, okay, yes. You can find Ashanti people, you can find Kenyans, Ethiopians, South Africans, people from Europe, people from America, people from Australia, from Asia, from India, from China. You can find anybody practicing Ifa. Ifa doesn't discriminate. That is one unique thing, and that is because Ifa is more than just spirituality. Ifa is more than just the practice of the Yoruba people. Ifa is universal information, universal knowledge that anybody can have. Thank you very much, Dibiakana, for answering that question. How many days do they do Itefa? So Itefa, the whole process of Itefa is, there's something going on YouTube. Please help me put the light towards there. There's something going on. Okay, I think it's better. Aboru Aboye from Connecticut, you're welcome. Thank you for the Ebo videos. You're welcome, sir. Eshegoni, sir. So the number of days that it takes for an entire process is 17 days. The entire process takes 17 days. Now, do you as a client have to be there all through the 17 days? Not necessarily, not compulsorily. But the last 3 days is compulsory for you as the client. Compulsory the last 3 days. Some people will decide to stay there throughout the 17 days. I mean, it's not entirely your business, but it's your work, so you can be there, but there will be nothing you'll be doing per se. Some of the rituals that will be going on, all of those 14 previous days, they might not even allow you to witness it. It depends on who you are and what affiliation you have with Ifa at the time. But compulsorily, the last 3 days you have to be there. So generally, people say Itefa takes 3 days, but it takes more than that. Atikoko Mama Dikaru, that one takes place. They will have been doing all of that before you are there. It's not when you are there. Lasheshe Mama Dikaru, Ati Mama Shawonye Tele. So there are some things that we would have started doing before the last 3 days when you are there. Most prisoners get Ishefa done home and abroad. Yeah, because it can be done in absentia. Can an Igbo do Itefa? Yes, anybody can do Itefa. I think I've answered that question. And Dibiakana, who is an Ifa priest, can also attest to that. Anybody can do Itefa. It doesn't matter. If, I keep saying it, if Susan Wenger, the woman from Austria that became Aduni Olorisha, that beautified and set up what we have as the Oshun Groove, the Oshun Oshogbo Groove today, if she, that doesn't even have any DNA affiliation with African race, if she could come and if I could welcome her, Oshun could welcome her, and she could be crowned an Iyalorisha, and she could put in the rest of her adult life to build what we have today in that place. If she can, then you are Igbo, you are still closer to us than Europe. So yes, Ifa welcomes everybody. In other words, Ishefa is not as comprehensive as Itefa. That's a fact. How many days do they do Itefa? I think I've answered that question. The WhatsApp number is now pinned on your screen for those that are asking for the WhatsApp number. Please keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing, and hit the follow button. Power tap, guys, please. We have gotten to 100. We have relaxed again. If somebody does Ishefa, how soon can the person need to do Itefa? There is no specific time frame. It depends on you. You see, these things is for you. Is that okay? There is no time frame. Ifa does not really give hard and fast rules like that, except it is expressly stated for you. During your Ishefa, the divination done can say that this person should make sure they do their Itefa within the next 30 days. And no Babalawo will know that until your Ishefa is done. But except it is expressly stated for you, there is no specific time frame. Is that okay? Next question. Please keep tapping on your screen. Guys, what's happening? Keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping. Power tap. Must the head be shaved during Itefa? Yes, it must. It's compulsory. Very, very compulsory. If they are telling a woman she can't marry a normal guy, just a babalawo. Yeah, I mean, different. What do you mean a normal guy? A babalawo is a normal guy too. I have so many fine babalawo friends, like fine boys, good looking, good men. I understand what you mean, but let's not use that term, right? So if they say a woman can marry just a babalawo, yes, there are some odrifa that expressly states that any tí odrifa iba bí babalawo ló máa fẹ́ is just a normal thing. And they are called apetebi, ìyàwó babalawo, they are called apetebi. So if that is what your odrifa says, that is what it is. But you see, so many times I've heard different women, especially those in the diaspora, they will tell them, you have to marry a babalawo, in which case it is not. People have used that as a bait to take advantage of women. Now, this is where knowledge comes in. When you are giving your itefa, your odu, during your itefa or your ishefa, if you do not entirely trust the person you're with, or even if you trust them, you can get more knowledge. Find out from people that teach about odu, that give knowledge. That is what I do every day. You can bring that your odrifa and come into my DM and say, Iyanifa, please, I need you to help me dissect this odu. Particularly, does this odu say compulsorily I have to marry just a babalawo? Now, I don't know you. I'm not the one that did it. I'm a woman. I'm not interested in marrying you. And I don't have a brother to give to you. So I'm likely to give you an unbiased opinion about that. And that is because you have not studied the odu, or you don't have the resources to study that odu for yourself. So just ask somebody else that teaches odu, that has more knowledge about that odu. And better still, you could ask a woman. You understand? At least you know that a woman does not have any reason to lie to you that you have to marry a babalawo. You understand that? So yeah. But is it possible? Yes, that is very possible. There are some odrifas that says that woman has to be a wife of a babalawo. How many days does Itefa have answered that? Is Ishefa or Itefa compulsory for everybody? I've answered that question before. I've answered that question before. Is compulsory? Yes, it's compulsory. Everybody, because that is the odu that tells you about your life. Except you don't want to know what your path and purpose on this life is. If you don't want to know it, you can skip Itefa. But if you want to know it, go ahead and do it. It's as simple as that. I did a divination. How do I know what form was done for me? Oh, if Ishefa was done for you, you will know. Ishefa is expensive. It's not just a... In fact, based on the money, first of all, you already know if it was Itefa, because if you were there, if you did Itefa, you will know it's Itefa that you did. That one is standard. But if you are asking whether it's Ishefa or irregular divination, people can charge as low as 10,000 naira or 50,000 naira for an Ifa divination, regular one. But Ishefa in 2025, it's not likely for anybody to charge you less than equivalent of like $500 to $1,000, $2,000 for Ishefa. Depends on the person. So if it was Ishefa that you did, you will know that it's Ishefa that you did. It's not something that somebody can just collect small money from you and do it without your consent. No, you will know that's what you did. So most likely, if the divination you did was a regular divination, the price is the first reason, is the first place you know. You paid a little amount for it. That's likely to just be an Idafa. Please keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen. Hey, Joe, keep tapping. Keep tapping. Any other question? Is there juju to catch your family and make them join Ifa? Abby, if it's not because it's you that asked this question, I know the answer to give you. Amo, Awoni, Aforoyense, from one hour to another. I will not give you the answer you are looking for. You want to use juju to catch your family. God, thank you very much for that. Must your head be shaved for Itefa? Yes, it is compulsory. It's a must. Very, very compulsory. The WhatsApp number has been pinned on your screen again. Please follow. Click on follow button. Why now? Why are people doing like you are enjoying this content? So just follow. It's not gonna cost you nothing. And keep tapping on your screen to keep sharing and keep your gifts coming in. Thank you very much. From YouTube. If you are told that you are an Akpetebi, are you truly required to marry a Babalawo? Yes, the definition of an Akpetebi is Babalawo's wife. It's like somebody says that if you are told that you are a first lady, do you have to marry the president? Yes. You cannot be a first lady if you don't marry the president or the governor. Right? So let's say on national level, you have to marry the president before you become a first lady. It is not, the office of the Akpetebi is not something you are trained for or you learn. The way we learn, that you can become a Babalawo. Akpetebi is only that title is only given to you because you are the wife of a Babalawo. So yes, if your Itefa says you are an Akpetebi, it means that you compulsorily have to marry a Babalawo. Some say it's 3 days. For Itefa, I think I've explained that already. The number of days you have to be there compulsorily. Dream of a broken glass means that you should go and do an Ifa divination. Ilaro, if you dream about a broken glass, please do an Ifa divination immediately. What of Egbe? I think I answered that. You've heard 7 days. Okay, so this is how it is in Itefa. For those of you that have done your Itefa, you know that at the end of your Itefa, one must say Eko etadilogun. That's 17. Metadilogun. Eko eje. Eko eta. You must have heard that before. Etadilogun is 17. Eje is 7. Eta is 3. So like I said, the whole process is 17 days. But do you as a client have to be there all 17? No. So you can choose to be there in 10 days. You can choose to be there for 3 days or 7 days. It depends on you and your Babalawo. But the whole process takes 17 days. But the one that you compulsorily have to be there is the last 3 days, compulsorily. But if you can make yourself available for 7 days, it's okay. If you can do whichever one. But the last 3 days is compulsory. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen if you need a divination or you have a personal question. How can someone live their own tradition and do other tribes' tradition? How does that make sense? Oh, yes, you can. So Ifa is not a tradition. That's what you need to understand. That's the uniqueness of Ifa. Ifa is not a tradition. Is that okay? So I know that a lot of people are saying, oh, other people from other traditions should not go to Yoruba tradition. Ifa, this person, what's this person's name? Chisi or something. Ifa is not Yoruba tradition. Ifa is universal knowledge. If Ifa is Yoruba tradition, then it means that the binary system that was taken from Ifa to build technology, no other person should use it aside from the Yoruba people. In one of Professor Sophie Oluwole's videos, she said the latest discovery of physics, which is particle physics, is in Ifa. So whatever particle physics is used for, no other person should use it because it's in Ifa, because it's Yoruba tradition. No. And the fact that an Igbo person is practicing Ifa does not take them away from their tradition. No. Because Ifa is not tradition. Ifa is universal. So it's like saying that how can somebody leave the sun in their own country and go and use the sun in another person's country? Sun is universal. It is universal. It is one sun for everybody. Ifa is universal. The information of Ifa. when you are speaking about Yoruba tradition and spirituality, you need to understand that the spirituality part of it is just a part of Ifa. So anybody can come to Ifa, which is why when a random person goes to other forms of spirituality, there is a limit to what they can do for them. But when a random person comes to Ifa, Ifa can accommodate everybody because Ifa is global and universal. That's the difference. So when you are comparing Ifa with other forms of spirituality, you need to understand that you are comparing a global thing with a how will I put it, with a tribal thing. You understand? It's like when you are comparing, how do I put it? When you are comparing music, when you are talking about music, and then you say, oh, how can somebody leave the music of their fatherland and be singing music of another country? It's music, it's general sound. Anybody can listen to music from any country, even if they don't understand what it is. It is universally accepted. That's the difference between Ifa and every other form of spirituality. Yeah. So that's how it makes sense. Please keep tapping on your screen. I'm answering questions. If somebody does Ishefa, how soon can they do it? If I've answered that question already. How long after Itefa can you enter Igbodu? There is no Itefa without entering Igbodu. Or maybe you meant how long after Ishefa can you enter Igbodu? I've answered that question before. I said there is no specific time except Ifa expressly states that you have a specific time. But generally speaking, there is no specific time after doing Ishefa before you can enter Igbodu. But if your question is after doing Itefa, entering into Igbodu is what makes it Itefa. So it's the same process you're talking about. Why do some people have to wear white for years? Because that is the instruction with their destiny. Because that's the destiny that they picked. If your Itefa has said the only clothes you're allowed to wear is white, is what it is. It's just saying that, it's just like saying that why can't some people eat seafood for the rest of their life? Because they are allergic to seafood, because that's what it is. It's like saying why can't some people marry any blood group? Because their blood group does not allow it. It's just their life. That's just what it is. So for different reasons, people can be instructed to stick to a particular color. Different reason for different people. But if it is your own specific question you are asking, because the only time it makes sense is if it is you. If anybody has told you that you have to wear white for the rest of your life and you are not sure, then you can send a message via DM to say, somebody told me this and this. Then we ask if that person was giving you an information that was right for you, or the person just looked at you and said, I can see a vision, you should be wearing white. Some people, they've told them that. So we still need to ask Ifa. Please post the WhatsApp number again. I'm at work now. I would like to follow this through. Yeah, you can catch the replay. If you have to leave and you're at work, you can catch the replay on the YouTube channel. You can catch the replay on the YouTube channel. How long after Ishefa can you enter Igbodu? I've answered that question. The WhatsApp number is now pinned on your screen for people that have personal questions. Exactly, sometimes it just means you need a closer relationship with Ifa. Okay. I have learnt more on this page than ever before. Ifa Sheun, Olodumare Sheun. I've answered that page. This page gives knowledge. Yeah, that is what Ifa is, an embodiment of knowledge. That's what Ifa is. Who is crying? Kilo Shele. Why cried down? The WhatsApp number has been pinned on your screen. This is EHA College. So what do you expect from a college? You get knowledge there. And what we do here at EHA College is to give you the undiluted, unwatered down truth about Ifa, Isheshe, and African spirituality as a whole. I help you to unlearn the misconceptions that you have heard or that you have been taught, and I help you to learn the truth and the facts about your ancestors, about Ifa, Isheshe and African spirituality as a whole. And I help you relearn certain things that you had known before. You probably forgot or you didn't take them seriously, but you are relearning it now. Aboro. Sorry? Why do we have to shave our hair for a tefa? I answered that question previously. Let me answer the question again, but hold on, let me pick another question. So I've seen a lot of people ask questions about the shaving of the hair, so I would answer that question now. Let me see if there's any other question. Kindly reach out by a message, not calls, to Yanifa. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Why do we have to shave our hair? Okay, I would explain that. I have the utmost respect for how you manage the comments. The patience and the efficiency is outstanding. Thank you so much for that. Ifa Sheun, Eledumare Lulokwe. Can we put it as a practice? Looks. Can we put what as a practice? Sorry, I didn't get. That was half question. I just want to make sure I get everything. You are right. It is not a religion. It's universal. Exactly. Why do we have to shave our hair? Okay. Ifa will never steer you from your ancestral tradition. If anything, it will guide you. Exactly. So I was telling somebody a couple of days ago that there is an Odrifa that says, there are Odrifas that will tell you, it will tell you to go and give sacrifice to the deity of your father's house. Whether you are Igbo or you are Hausa, you will go and find out the deity of your father's house and go and give Ebo, because that problem you have is from that side. Maybe they've neglected the deity of your father's house, the Orisha of your father's house. If I will direct you there, it doesn't matter who the person is. Then if you come back and say, nobody has been doing any ancestral worship in my father's house, I don't even know what the deity is, then Ifa says they should give the Ebo to Ogun. Now, why Ogun? Ogun is the Orisha of communication, the Orisha of technology, the Orisha of information. So if you do not know the deity of your father or your mother's house, or wherever it is that Ifa has sent you to, you will give the Ebo to the Ogun. Ogun will communicate via technology and communication to the Orisha of your father's house. You see why Ifa is not interested in bringing you from your people. Yoruba people, we are complete already. If there's anything like that. So if you think that we are talking about Ifa right now to get more and more people, no, we are not even giving any mandates to go and gather people, go and win souls and go and bring them, and then if you see the number of people that Yanifa has brought, she will get 300 crowns in heaven with 2 million stars. Ifa did not promise us that. So we are not trying to gather people from other tribes. Ifa is an embodiment of knowledge that guides any and everybody. And just like this comment, if anything, Ifa establishes your feet more and more in your ancestral tradition. It doesn't take you away from it. So you can be Igbo and practice Ifa fully. It doesn't make you less of who you are. It doesn't take you away from your tradition. It is just an embodiment of knowledge. Thank you very much, Iyanifa Durosimi. I appreciate that comment. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen right now. Does sin and lies affect Etutu and Ebo? That's what this conversation is about. How can someone contact you? The WhatsApp number is now pinned on the screen. The person that talked about shaving hair, I will get to you. How can someone book a reading session? The WhatsApp number is now pinned on your screen. How can somebody book a session? Yeah, the WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen. Aboye. We're almost getting to the end. Your earring is unique. Oh, thank you so much. It's a curved leaf. Thank you so much. The person that is asking about shaving hair, don't worry, I'm getting to the end of this. Why is Ifa from Nigeria expensive? Because everything in Nigeria is expensive, my dear sister or brother nature. Nigeria itself is expensive. It's not only Ifa that is expensive in Nigeria. Food is expensive, housing is expensive, power is expensive, accommodation is expensive, electricity is expensive, transportation is expensive, school fees is expensive. You even want to go out and just club and do faji is expensive. If you open your door in Nigeria, it's expensive. Nigeria is, unfortunately, that's what it is right now. And because everything affects the whatever state that the economy is, it affects everything. Everything we use for Ifa, they are materials we buy in the market. So when you hear a Nigerian saying food is expensive, remember that whatever they are going to use for Ifa is also food. There's palm oil there, there's salt there, there's cow there, there's ram there. Is expensive. In fact, the last Ileya festival that they did, a lot of people that were supposed to buy ram during Ileya could not buy it because they could not afford it. It has become expensive. So it's not that Ifa is expensive, it's just the economy of the nation that we are right now. Those of you that have been practicing Ifa over the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years, compare the prices of things 6, 7 years ago with what it is right now. A Babalawo friend of mine and I were speaking a couple of days ago. Eye kowe ti di 10,000 naira. When I started in Ifa and Isheshe, wọ́n fẹ́ lè máa fi eye kowe ibẹ̀ wá lọ́jà ni pé come and buy. Ẹ wá mú mẹ́ta 2,000, ẹ wá mú mẹ́ta 200. Kola nut that you could buy 4 pieces for 200 naira before. Wọ́n ti ń tẹ yọkùn 500, 1,000. Especially if you stay in the side of Nigeria where we stay and we work from. Everything has become super expensive right now. Then remember that once there is a demand for something, price will increase. There is demand for spirituality, and not to blame people. People in the diaspora are contributing to this. I was in the market with some of my staff about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were bargaining on a particular item. The daughter of the woman selling came to meet her mother and said, "Mami, ẹ má ta fún wọn. Máa kan lórí Facebook ti sọ pé òun máa rà ní kinní kan. Mo ti lọ calculate $200, 300,000 nìyẹn o." What was the child saying? We were bargaining to buy an item for about 100 and something thousand naira. I was telling the woman, "Mama, they buy 100,000. She said no, she wants to sell it 200,000. I was trying to beat down the price. Her daughter came to tell her that the woman should not sell it, that he's chatting with somebody on Facebook right now from the diaspora who said he will pay $200. That's 300,000 naira. The woman said, "Auntie Kogba, go somewhere else, I'm not selling." The boy told the man to send money. So there is a lot of demand for spirituality right now, and once there is demand, price will increase. At least for the first time, these people selling spiritual products, people are taking them seriously. There was a time that they can carry everything to the market and carry everything back home. Maybe 2, 3 people will buy, but right now is what it is. So it's not in fact that it's expensive from Nigeria. It's Nigeria itself that is expensive. Is there anything as Egbe Mulukun? Okay, I don't understand. You don't go Saudi before Jerusalem. Is there anything like Egbe Alatori? Please, can you explain it? I have a video that I explained Egbe in full. 2 videos, in fact, on YouTube. Please, take your time to watch that video. Iyanifaiwa TV on YouTube. Watch it so that we don't digress too much. Egbe is a whole different topic. How can I watch this on YouTube? Please type the Iyanifaiwa TV. That's the YouTube channel. Iyanifaiwa TV. Iyanifaiwa TV. I have pinned the comments. Yeah. Iyanifaiwa TV. I have pinned the comments. Iyanifaiwa TV. I've pinned the comments. Okay. One step out of your door na 20K. I'm telling you. If our consultation is 100 CH over here by Cuban Babalawo. Okay, can you tell me what that means in dollars? Yeah. Where are you located? Nigeria. Kola nuts na 6 aboki they sell 200 naira before. I know, right? You don't even want to know how much they are selling it now. Especially if you go to the herbal market. Mecca is 14 million, Jerusalem is 12 million, Ibodu is 1 million. Make a wise decision. Oh my God. Oh my goodness, I like that. They said Mecca is 12 million. Mecca is 14 million, Jerusalem is 12 million, Ibodu is 1 million. Choose. Choose. And when you return from Mecca, nobody is going to tell you what your purpose in life is. When you return from Jerusalem, you still come back thinking, what am I even supposed to be doing? Which job am I supposed? But when you return from Ibodu, you have full, clear picture of your life. Choose wisely. Thank you so much for that. Elewe Omo, they cash out steady. I'm telling you. So we'll talk. The title of the Egbe videos, you just see it. It's titled Egbe, maybe Egbe and Orisha, something like that. Just scroll down. The videos there are not up to 100 videos, so you can search. We are still coming back to the why do you have to shave your hair? Mama, do you have a video you talked about Ogboni? Not a singular video focusing on Ogboni, but I mentioned things about it in my videos. Which state in Nigeria are you located? So it depends on what you want to do. Is that okay? Because of the nature of my work and the number of people that I attend to, I don't have a shrine where people come to me to say, Ko, where are you? No. You will send me a message via WhatsApp. I will do a divination for you to find out what you want to do. Then based on the results of that divination, if Ifa says, we need to go and do something for this person at Oshun Shrine, then you will meet me at my shrine in Oshogbo, and then we go to Oshun River and do what we have to do. If it is a Tefa you want to do, you will meet me at the Ibodu where we do it Tefa. You understand? If you need something that has to do with fertility, you will meet me at my fertility clinic in Ijebu Ode. You understand? So it depends on what you want, so that we will save ourselves time. We need to know what you want to do. Then I fix an appointment for you and which of my shrines you will meet me. I hope that makes a lot of sense. Please, ma, I just took a call. Did you answer my question? What is the question, Stephanie? Okay, I think I've come to the end of the question. Stephanie, please ask your question again. So why do we shave our hair during Ishefa? Itefa, very simple. It's just a sign of a new beginning. That divination you are doing at that age, you are supposed to have done it at birth, as a newborn baby. As a newborn baby. Mama, do you have a backup TikTok account? Okay, so aside from, sorry, I'll come back to that. Aside from EHA College page, we have Ashe for Today page. And that is majorly for the Ashe for Today, that program that we have every morning, including the devotionals that we have for children and teenagers. There's a page for that. Then we also have a page for the Odrifa app. It's a new page where we're rolling out an Odrifa app. It will soon be launched. So there's a page for that. You understand? So they are not entirely backup pages for EHA College, but they are pages where other things that we do here have been moved to, so that we don't have too many things on one page, right? So, but if you see a page out there that claims to be EHA College backup page, it's not me. I don't have a backup page. We have pages for other things. Ashe for Today, and the pages that are for EHA College is linked in the bio of EHA College. So if you want to see the other pages we have, just go into the bio. Just go into the bio and follow the other pages. Ashe for Today, or you just search Ashe for Today as a single word, and then the Odrifa app. It is linked in the bio, so you can just click there to get there. So for the shaving of the hair, like I was saying, you were supposed to have done this divination when you were a child, as a newborn, before the moment the mother is discharged from the hospital, 2-3 days later, at least before your naming ceremony, 7 or 8 days, they were supposed to have been done. So as a sign of a rebirth, of you are just starting life anew, because trust me, every other thing you did in life before you did the Tefa was just you gambling. You are just gambling. Please, can you tag the other pages in the comment section? Ashe for Today, just tag Ashe for Today as a word, and then the Odrifa page, just type it as a word so people know what they are following. Dibiakana, they need your contact for AFA. For those of you that are Igbo and you want to follow your Igbo spirituality, my husband is a Dibia and he can guide you with that. Dibia Kana, please, you can follow his page, just follow Kana the Dibia, follow his page, drop a message in his DM and he will respond to you. Dibia Kana, please, can you post your WhatsApp number in the comment section? Let me pin it. Thank you. So when you come for the Itefa as a sign of a new beginning, that's why you shave that you here, as a sign of, you have followed him already, thank you, as a sign of new beginning, as a sign of a spiritual birth, like I'm beginning to start my life now I'm getting the manual of my life and I'm starting again, because you cannot go back to being a child. So as a sign of that, your hair is shaved. Now there is nothing Ifa does with your hair. There is nothing Ifa does with your hair. So I hear a lot of people saying, if it is not fetish, if it is not evil, why are they telling you to cut your hair? What do they want to do with your hair? I tell people that come for Itefa in my own shrine, I beg, please shave your hair before you come and save all the stress. We don't have barber here, and you're not paying us for barbing salon services. So go and shave your hair before you come. Please shave it before you come. Come with your hair completely shaved that day that you are coming. The only reason we will shave it here for you is if you have not shaved it. And once we have shaved it, take your hair and go. There is nothing they want to use your hair for. So whatever misconception has been tied around that, it is just signifying a new start, a new birth, a new beginning. Please, power tap. Power tap. The topic of today is, does sin affect our Etutu and Ebo? That's the topic for today. Does sin affect our Etutu and Ebo? We took a break to answer questions. Now let's continue our teaching. So like I was saying, whenever we want to make Ebo and Etutu as an Ifa priest or priestess, before the Ebo is given, we already know if that Ebo will be accepted, most like, just so as to say. Iyanifa Durosimi, that is Ashe for Today TikTok channel, Abi TikTok page, Ashe for Today. That is the TikTok page of Ashe for Today. We just tagged it in the comment section. I just pinned it. So the hair shaving is more of a metaphor for rebirth. Exactly. So it's compulsory. It's your sign of saying, I'm starting life anew. Now that I have full understanding of what I'm supposed to do. You are literally just starting the journey of your life at that time, because a lot of things you did before then had nothing to do with that journey, had nothing to do with your purpose. You understand? Let me explain it like this. Imagine you're on a race, 100 meters, 500 meters race, a sprint event, and everybody is standing here and we are running towards this side. And then they said, on your mat, get set, go. And then you turn and you are running back like this. And every other person is running forward. If you complete that race in 10 seconds and the first person that runs here completes it in 15 seconds, that person is still the winner, despite the fact that you have completed it in 10 seconds, because that's not the direction you were going. So if you want to do that race, you are not going to tell somebody to convert your thing. No, but it's 10 seconds. Measure it, it's still 100 meters that I did. No, you will still go back to the start. If you want your race to be considered for a trophy, you still go back to start point. You are starting new, afresh. It's like you did not do that last one. So the moment you are coming to do your Etefa is you saying, I've decided to start my life anew and afresh based on information that I have right now, which is the right information. I'm starting again. So as a symbol of starting again, you shave that off and then you start your journey. But there's nothing they are doing with your hair, so you can shave it off in your house before you come. Is that okay? So like I was saying, when we make our Etutu and Ebo, the WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen. When we make the Etutu and the Ebo, before it is given to the Orishas, we have already asked questions if this Etutu and Ebo is right, if everything is done right, if this thing will be accepted. We use the Obi to ask immediately it is done. And if the OB says, oh, there's something that needs to be fixed, we check it and we say it at that point. It's not a 3 days later, your spiritualist will now tell you, excuse me, your Etutu and Ebo was not accepted because of sin. That's not how it works in Ifa. That is not how it works in Ifa. And that is not supposed to mean, oh, since sin does not affect my Etutu and Ebo, I will continue to sin. And then I will go and give Etutu and Ebo and it will fix it. Continue to sin. There is consequence for it. For every action, there is consequence. That one is not. The people that are taking care of sin, they are there. Universe that gives you tit for tat is there. The action you are putting out that you are receiving reaction is there. Orisha does not have any problem. They don't have any business with that. They are not the judges of this world that pays you back for the things you have done. It's not their business. They don't have any, it's not their place. So Orishas will receive your Ebo as long as it is completed. Because you see, if we say that sin affects Etutu and Ebo, then everybody's Etutu and Ebo will be affected. Don't you think so? Even the Babalawo that is doing the Ebo will not be qualified to do the Ebo because what? Which Babalawo can raise his hand and say, I have not committed sin? There is none. And there is no practice in Ifa that says, before we start this Ebo, oh yeah, let's confess our sins. In the name of Ifa, I confess all my sins. I is going to stop this. No. That is religion, and it doesn't happen here. Okay? I know you feel the need to justify that, but it doesn't happen here. Is that okay? Now, if a Babalawo is committing sin, he will do your Ebo and your Etutu as long as it's completed, it will be accepted. Your Babalawo is the one that will now go and face the consequence of his sin. It's a choice that he has made. Ashepamoni, it will come to him. It does not interfere with your own Ebo. The sin that you have committed, if there is anything that needs to be fixed, if I will tell you before that Ebo and Etutu is done. For those of you that are just joining, that's why I'm going back a bit. When your Odrifa, it is an Odrifa that tells you to do Ebo. So when that Odrifa was said already, was recited already, or told to you already, if there is anything you are doing that is going to go against your Ebo or is part of the cause of that problem, Ifa will tell you right there and then. If you have taken somebody else's thing, Ifa will tell you right there and then. Before your Ebo, all of this happens before Ebo. Power tap, guys, please keep tapping. Where we want to hit 200. Yeah, 200. All right, let's keep tapping. So all of that would have been fixed before your Etutu and Ebo. So please, you see that sin that you are living in fear of, drop it before you come here. It doesn't exist here in the sense that you are told that it exists before. It doesn't. Here we teach balance. Ifa teaches balance. Is that okay? Ifa teaches balance. Here, the concept of sin is a personal thing with you. Ifa can allow you to do it, do this, and forbid somebody else from doing it. To some people, polygamy is a sin. Their Ori does not allow them to do it. I've read several times Odrifa Oyekumeji. Meanwhile, Odrifa Ejiobe allows you to have as many women and men as you want to have. So there is no universal explanation for all of those things in Ifa. It is a personal journey, unlike religion that tells your Yanifa to look at you and say, you think they will accept your Ebo? You that you hate your neighbor. You that you are jealous of your neighbor, you think they will accept your Ebo? When you sit down and you hear the reason why that person hates that person, you will join them in the hatred. You will join them. So it's religion that tells you, irrespective of what the situation is, this is right and this is wrong. But in the real sense of it, there is no irrespective. What works for you works for you. What is allowed for you is allowed for you. If Ifa gives you an instruction that don't go out in the next 7 days, that has become an instruction. Going against it is a wrongdoing, and there will be consequences. In the next 1 year, that instruction you have today might not be valid. Now, somebody else might say, but generally speaking, there are some things that are just generally wrong. Like what? Generally speaking, thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not unalive another person. But why then do we go to the court of law and find out that somebody unaliving another person could actually be justified? Yeah. If somebody is trying to rape a 2-year-old child and you find a very good, object around you and you unalive that person, trust me, you just saved the society another beast that will put other little children at risk. Yes, you just did. And if you tender a very good case before the court of physical and spiritual law, you are justified. But somebody else that is looking at that film from the top of what you are doing looks at it like, why did this woman just unalive an innocent man? But when you see the full picture of it, you will, in fact, if they give you another object, you will unalive the person's ghost. You will unalive the corpse. You understand what I'm saying? So there is no hard and fast rule about sin when it comes to spirituality. And when I speak for spirituality, I speak for every form of spirituality. There is no such thing as it. Now, there is what we call Iwarere and Iwapele in Ifa. Don't be covetous, be honest, be meek and kind and gentle. But you see, all of these things, it is still relative. I give you an instance of honesty. There are some times that if you lie to someone, it will save their life. If you save your life, it will save the entire community. And it's that word you just spoke is a lie. For those of you that are just joining, I gave you an instance of a pregnant woman that has preeclampsia. Imagine that she just lost her husband and people have come to the house. Hey, the husband had just died. And they come into the house and you might hear, what's happening outside? And they say, there's nothing. But I thought I heard people. No, there is nothing. You will lie to that woman for the next few months that she has to carry that pregnancy and give birth to her baby, and she's fine and she's healthy, before you come and say, you see that day 6 months ago, we lied to you. She will continue to ask for her husband. You continue to lie to her that, he called when you were sleeping. There's no network where he is. Yes. You will continue to maintain that lie and cover it up with 2 million lies until you are sure that she's mentally, physically, and emotionally safe to receive that information. But in the eyes of the world, is a sin. So you need to understand that there's a difference between religion and spirituality is not. You see, when people talk about this topic, most of the time, except you are raising minor children, most of the time, my question is, what's your business with what is sin for somebody? What you are supposed to be concerned about is yourself. Because at the end of the day, another adult has their decisions to make. And there is no adult that doesn't know that what they are doing is wrong. In the real sense of it. The woman that comes to break such a news to a pregnant woman that has preeclampsia, she's not doing it because she says, the Bible says we must not lie. It's wickedness that is going to push her to do it, because they already told her this woman is pregnant and she has high blood pressure in this pregnancy. Then you want to justify righteousness, and you now come and say you are breaking such a news to that type of a woman. You know what you are doing. Come off it. You know what you are doing. So going about to propagate the sin is, we all know what we are doing. 90% of the time, I'm on shit. We know what we are doing, and we know there is consequences for what we are doing. And we will still do it anyway. You understand what I'm saying? So sin does not affect your Ebo and Etutu in the sense of what religion has it. It doesn't affect your Ebo and Etutu. It has got nothing to do with Ebo Tiwonti Be When I mean it doesn't affect your Ebo and Etutu, it is not the reason why your Ebo and Etutu is not accepted. If it was going to be accepted, you will have known before they be able to see the issue. You will have known already. If I would have told you, when we do Ebo and Etutu in Ifa, it's not a gamble of, let's go back and check 3 days later. Shogba, ibitati shebo latima mo, boye magba, biko nigba. So if your Ebo needs to be fixed, we will have known before we take it out. So if your Babalawo is telling you that, I gave Ebo for you 3 days ago, we went there, the Ebo was not accepted, or they said we should redo it, you have been scammed. In one word, you have been scammed. Now, can Ifa request additional Ebo? Yes, but not because the first one was not accepted, if it was done properly. And not because you committed sin. It is not because of that. It is not. If you want to say that, see, there are certain times that when people are creating content about Ifa, tell them to be backing it up with an essay. Ifa, we need to come to that point so that people will not just be propagating what they think and what they feel. Tell that person to back it up with an essay. Ifa will also say which old Ifa said, Adifa fun Adetutu omo Balogun. Wọ́n ní ẹbọ ni kó rú, ó gbẹ́bọ níbẹ̀ orúbọ, ẹbọ fín ẹbọ dà, nígbà tó wá dọ̀la Ifá ní ẹbọ ò gbà mọ́. I need to see the old Ifá that said that. Wọ́n wá ní ẹbọ ò gbà mọ́ nítorí pé ó ti dẹ́ṣẹ̀. Nítorí pé ó purọ́ lánàá ẹbọ ò wá gbà mọ́. Èmi ò tí rí old Ifá tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. But old Ifá ní ká má dẹ́ṣẹ̀ o. Àmọ́ èmi ò tí rí odù Ifá tó sọ pé wọ́n wá gbé ẹbọ lánàá, ẹbọ fín ẹbọ dà, gbà tó wá di ọ̀túnla mẹ́jọ ẹbọ ò wá gbà mọ́ nítorí pé ẹni yẹn yàn lè, kò sí nǹkan tó ń jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Ṣó ti yé yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn? So let me explain that in English. There is no odù Ifá that says we made a divination for Adetutu Omo Balogun, Adetutu the child of Balogun, that she should make an Ebo. Adetutu heard and make the Ebo, and then 3 days later Ifa said her Ebo was not accepted because she committed sin. There is no Ifa like that. Based on my knowledge as of today, there is no Ifa like that. It is not there. But is there Ifa that say continue to do something bad and you will get away with it? No. But that your sin is affected by your Ebo, kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. So when you see people that are coming up with information online, especially when they are tagging it with Ifa, tell them to give an essay Ifa to back it up, which is why I started a share for today. We will open the Odu Ifa every day and read what is there and learn what is there. This is the center of our spirituality. Any other thing outside of that, I'm just giving you what I think and feel. So as you are watching people, just stylishly, with all due respect, respectfully ask them, do you have an Odrifa to back this up? People will say, do you need Odrifa? Is it not obvious? We know. But can you just quote one SFA that backs it up? I beg you. If they don't have SFA to back it up, take it with a pinch of salt. Ifala and She, we are not doing our own thing. So let's always understand that. Ashe for today is our daily morning program where we share the Odrifa for each day, the Iwure for each day, and we say, my blessing is here now, Ashe, it is done. That is where I teach you that whatever it is that you need for life is in the Odrifa. It is not in the heaven by and by, where we look up to the sky from whence cometh our help. We are not praying for it. We are not hoping for it. We are not asking for it. It is here with us. We did the Odrifa as our GPS to direct us to where everything we need in life is. Season 1 ended beautifully, and everybody has been asking, when is season 2 starting? When is season 2 starting? Okay, season 2 of Ashe for today starts officially on the 1st of October 2025, 6 a.m. Nigerian time, every morning, 6 a.m. Nigerian time. That's 1 a.m. on the EST. That's 9 a.m. for those of you in Dubai, 5 a.m. for those of you in Ghana, and Pacific time will be 10 p.m. Join us. It's a good way to start your day. It's just 6 to 7. It's just 1 hour. Yeah, usually just 1 hour. And we learn. Is that okay? So today, let me say, as I always say it, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, except that nobody is debating with me, and viewers at home. I hope I have been able to convince you and not confuse you that Ebo and Etutu, sin does not affect your Ebo and Etutu. Any co-debater can bring your, what's that thing that girl said? Can you see my, hey, did she say my counterpart, or can you see my co-debater? Or can you see my opponent? Can you see that I have won my opponent? Did I win this debate? I'm just joking, but I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse you. Oyinda Mola on YouTube is asking, I have a question about Itefa. Is Itefa the complete rebirth that involves hair shaving and entering Igbodu? Yes, you are right. Itefa is a complete rebirth that involves you shaving your hair and going into Igbodu. It is called Ishefa. Have I been able to convince you, or some people still have questions, or I not even make sense at all? Please let me know so that I know if my 3 hours today was worth it. Have I been able to convince you that your Etutu and Ebo is not affected by your sin? Your sin has nothing to do with your Etutu and Ebo. Have I been able to convince you? Do you understand it now, or do you still have questions? Let's know. Let's know. Is the shaved hair going to be used for Itefa? No, please shave your hair at home before you come. Nobody needs to use your hair. We have hair on our head, and we are not selling human hair, so we don't need it. It's in shrine, in temples in Asia that they say they use hair and they sell it. I don't know if it's true. Allegedly, but in Yoruba land, there's nothing you need your hair for. Sincerely speaking, shave your hair before you come. Nobody needs your hair for anything. I've been able to convince, they said I won the debate. The panel of judges just said I won this debate. Hey, let's clap. Hey. So thank you very much for joining us today. Now, before if sin isn't accounted for, I did not say sin is not accounted for. Account for wow. In fact, Ifa is more accountable than religion. How does the concept of heaven and hell work? First of all, there is no concept of heaven and hell in Ifa, but is sin accounted for? Yes. This is where you have the most accountability for sin, because here every action you take, whether it's right or wrong, there is a reaction, there are consequences, there is effect. For everything you do, there is an effect for it. Here is a balance. If you do this, it's like water. You drop a stone, there is always a ripple effect. So to say sin is not accounted for is not in spirituality. If there is anything that accounts for your action, that holds you accountable, in spirituality. In fact, there is something we say, to explain it in a better way. The decision you are taking today, whether it's right or wrong, your children will live that decision. If you decide today to gather money together the next time your wife is pregnant, or the first time your wife is pregnant, to take her to Canada or Europe or Brazil to have a baby, your decision has changed the future of that child. That's the consequence of that action. And if you decide that you have money and you say you want to punish your baby mama, and you say, I'm not going to pay for her to fly, and that child remains a citizen of Africa, you have taken an action that has consequence. So for every action you take, you are accountable for it. You are not running away anywhere. You are not. Certain times, if I allows you to fix the consequence of the wrong actions you took, yes, because we are human. So there's no way we want to live human life that will not make certain choices that is not right. Some of them you can fix, some you cannot fix. OTD Baraku, your children will be a part of the consequence, unfortunately. The life you are living right now is consequence of decision that your mother, your father, your grandfather, great-grandmother took. The accountability of it is the life you are living right now. So if there's anything that holds people accountable, trust me, spirituality is the way we are not selling human hair for. Should we start? Should I start? Who will buy? China factory. I'm an Yanifa. I can gather people's hair for you to buy. That's a joke. Oh. Before they screenshot this one and say, one Yanifa is selling people's hair. In Ifa, is it possible to change your destiny? Ifa is called Atun Eni Ti Osunwon Se. Ori in that sense will mean destiny, meaning that the repairer of destiny. So yes, whatever destiny you have picked, can Ifa help you repair it? The part that is not going too well, that is the definition of Ifa. So Ifa does not only tell you what your destiny is, which is the beautiful thing about Ifa. It doesn't only point at the problem, it gives you the solution. Now, nobody has a perfect destiny. Let's first understand that. Some people's own is better than some people's own, right? So Ifa allows you to fix it. Ifa is the one that will fix it. So as you are doing your Itefa and they tell you this, one of the problems you are likely to have is sickness of the stomach. Right there and then, you can ask Ifa, how do we fix it? In fact, some of you will have started experiencing those things because you came for Itefa late. You understand? So you might have come into it and then you be asked right there and then how to fix it. Ifa might say that you are not supposed to marry 2 wives and you already have 2 wives in your house. Right there and then, you be asked Ifa how to fix it. So Ifa is the repairer of destiny. So is it possible for you to repair it and make it better? Yes. But to totally alter it, no. You can only fix, you can only repair. Ifa does not paro your destiny. Ifa can only repair it. Please, where are the gifters today? You guys have been here on this live streaming, enjoying our teaching. And you are doing Alabama and she yawo japa. Ya japa nìkan ló láwọn. Abalabama wà láàrin wa lénìí. Send in your gifts. Send in your gifts. Stop being stingy with your 2 naira coin. Did I actually say that? Oyinda Mola says, does Itefa require every individual to have their own Ifa, either kept at home or with the Oluwo? You can decide where you want to keep your Ifa. Is not the one that decides where you keep your Ifa. You can decide if it's okay, you can keep it in your house. Thank you for the gift. If you cannot keep it in your house for whatever reason, you can keep it with your Oluwo. It depends on you. And again, I will say, except if Ifa expressly says, for the next few days, like we did an Itefa for somebody, Baba Ogundameji, that came from UK, Ifa required that he puts his Ifa in the Oluwo's place, and Ose should be done with kola nut over the next 30 consecutive days. So he had to leave it with the Babalawo. Someone says, unfortunately, you unfortunately didn't have Itefa with you before you met me, and you had no idea of your purpose or destiny. Okay, if you have not done Itefa, you can do it. Don't worry, it's not yet unfortunate. The best time to have done it is at the time of birth. The next best time is now. So if you have not done it, please, on YouTube, the description box of the video, those of you watching on YouTube, the description box of that video has the WhatsApp number, or it will also be posted. Any question? So karma is the balancing scale. What would karma be called in Ifa then? Karma is not called anything in Ifa. Ifa is just balance. Give and take, up and down. Ifa does not have a word for karma. Whatever it is you do, you will get, the consequences are there. It's not about karma is coming to repay you one day. As you are putting it out, you are making a decision that has consequences straight up. It's not a somebody is waiting. It is an effect. Some effects you see immediately. Some effects you see after a while. It's just like you and your wife, you hide at the back of your car and you decide to make love, or in the elevator and nobody is seeing you. After 9 months, we will see the consequence of what you have done. It will come in due time. Some consequences will appear immediately before your eyes. Some of them is 5 years, 10 years time. Some of them is even the next generation. Consequences will come. So it's not actually called karma that you are waiting for and people are praying. I pray that karma will catch up with it. You don't have to pray. It is there. The moment you put out an action, trust me, the consequences is following it. You get it? In your class, will you teach us how to bo ori iwure? Oh, so I have a teaching on iwure. It is on the, can your phone do that? I have a teaching on iwure in the bio of this TikTok page. Just go, you see subscribe. When you click on subscribe, you will see pray the Ifa way or pray the right way in Ifa. The title is one of those. That teaches you how to make iwure. It is there. So you want to learn how to make iwure, just subscribe to TikTok right now. Go and do it now. Let me wait for you. Ajay Temi, go and subscribe. Let me get the notification that you have subscribed. Just click on subscribe. And if you are on YouTube, click on the profile. You will see join. It says join. When you check join, you see so many options. The options that says pray the right way in Ifa or how to make iwure, that's the option. So you would click on it, you learn how to do iwure. But so many other things we teach at the EHA College. So you want to go to the EHA College website, ehacollege.ng. There are so many things that is being taught there. Depends on what you want to learn. So what about people that did good deeds and those that did wrong deeds? Where do both persons go after you pass from this life? You continue your journey, whether you did good. See, I've told you, the deeds that you do on this time of life, it is not something that you are waiting for consequence in another life. The consequences flow with you. It just comes, depends on what the deed is. It's not say at the end of life, then they will now gather all the things that you have done. Then they will now say, those of you that did good in this life, go here. And those of you that did, no. The consequence of it depends on what the action is taken. Take, for example, your deeds are like seed. If you plant a wedu seed, it can germinate within a few days. And you can start to harvest your ewedu vegetable within a few weeks. If you plant kola nut, it might not germinate in months. It will take years before you have that tree that you start to plant. Sometimes if you plant a seed at age 70, you might not even eat the fruit of that particular tree. But people that come will always eat the fruit of it. It will be there. So it depends on what the action is. So whatever good deed or wrong deed that you did, trust me, the consequence is following you like this. Nǹkan tí Elédùmarè fi jù wá lọ ni pé tá a bá ń ṣe nǹkan nísìn tí kinní yẹn bá padà wá ní ọ̀túnla mẹ́jọ, Elédùmarè ò kí ń kọ síbẹ̀ pé nǹkan tó ṣe ní February 2004 òun ló ń jèrè ẹ̀ yìí. Now let me interpret that in English. The ultimate thing that the divine does when these things happen, that doesn't make us realize that consequence is what we live with every day, is that when you take an action today and you are facing the consequence in 2027, when you are facing that consequence, it doesn't come tagged with this is the consequence of what you did in 2024, 2004. That's why you don't know that your everyday life is your choices and your consequences. But this is how you will know. The life you are living right now is based largely on the choices that your parents and grandparents made. Consequence of their choice is what you are living right now, whether it's good or whether you consider it good or not. Imagine your father had the opportunity to buy a land in Lekki, those years that Lekki was still bush, let's say 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago. He did not buy. He used that money to send your mother to school. Did he make a good choice? Yes. After your mother went to school, did she get a job that she could be able to afford to buy a house in Lekki? No. Other people that their grandfather bought houses in Lekki, they are there taking rents from Zenith Bank, from GTB for renting their house that their grandfather owned. That's a choice your grandfather made that just sets the tone for your life. So trust me, the consequence is not in then you now go to heaven, then you now go to hell. That is No, you to reason, think about it. If you decide today that you want to go and marry Otedola's daughter, what's her name? The DJ, that beautiful DJ lady, Copy. If you decide to marry Copy today, you have made Copy, that's what I said. Copy. If you decide to marry Copy today, you have changed your destiny of your children that is coming. You just made a decision that has changed their life. It's not when you get to heaven that you are going to, or when you get to afterlife. You just made a decision. And if you make a decision today to go and leave the child of a president, and they catch you, you see that consequence, it is here, cause see, there is no by and by. So it's either short term, immediately you get the consequence, but as you are putting it out, so there is no somebody goes. When you live this life, you continue, it's continuous. You are coming from somewhere before you came here. Have you forgotten that we are coming from somewhere before we came here? Or do some people still believe that your spirit life started the day you were born on this plane? If that is what you believe, please go to my YouTube channel and watch a lot of videos. You have a lot to learn. But if you already understand that life did not start the day your mother gave birth to you, or the day your mother conceived you, then that life where you are coming from, what did you do in that life to deserve to be born to Nigeria? In that life that you are coming from, what happened there? Why didn't they put you to heaven or hell in that life? So why should this life be the one that will end everything? No, it's continuous. Spirit doesn't die. You are a spirit. You cannot unlive spirit. You are just transformed from one form to another. Some people will still reincarnate and come to this world again. Some people's spirits would exist in another plane. It's just a continuous existence. It never really ends, you get. So there's no heaven and hell that ends anything. My network decided to act up when it's time for the main teaching. Don't worry, you can catch a replay. Please tell me more about Ofunlogbe, the good and the bad. Please send a message via WhatsApp. The person asking for tell me more about an Odrifa. Send a message via DM. Send a message via WhatsApp. Send a message via WhatsApp before you conclude that something was improperly done and you want to discard an Orisha. I beg you. I don't know how you came to the conclusion that it was improperly done, but please send a message via WhatsApp. Mr. Mike, I've missed you. You just abandoned me on this live streaming like this. Mr. Mike, thank you very much for joining or for sending that gift. I don't know if you have joined since. You just joined live streaming. Oh, I guess it's because of work. Watching from Netherlands, thank you so much. Is it good for women to do it? Yes, everybody can do it. How much is it? Send a message via the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen. Yeah, you came from YouTube. Sorry, the Wi-Fi tripped off, but we are back now on YouTube. Please send a message via WhatsApp. Who's WhatsApp number? The person that has an improperly consecrated issue, send a message via WhatsApp. Oh, I've been traveling. I guess I was not. I thought maybe it was work. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. You did not get any initiation. Just send me a message. Let's be sure before you just discard an issue, especially a issue. I beg you. Let's ask Ifa. You just got to Baltimore. Ifa Shewon. We thank Ogun for journey mercies. Thank you so much. So the WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen right now. So you can send a message via the WhatsApp number. I want us to hit 200k likes. So I think people are doing slow motion. Koda. I will soon make Iwure. And I have some powerful Iwure for today. So what do you want to do? Please keep tapping on your screen. Let's get to 200k. And let's make our Iwure. But between now and then, I want to teach you something. I want to teach you one spiritual practice that you can be doing for yourself every day. Some of you already know it, some of you don't know it. Thanks for your response. Some say having personal Ifa isn't for everybody. It's for everybody. Itefa is how you get your personal Ifa. Itefa is the divination that tells you about your purpose in life. So whoever says it's not for anybody has to tell us what is the alternative for those people that is not for. How do they get to know their purpose in life? Thank you for that gift. Please keep tapping on your screen. 200k likes. I want to teach you a spiritual practice that you can do for yourself every day. I call it a spiritual first aid tool. So before you know how you have your first aid box that you use before, the doctor gets there, before the paramedics get there, when you call 911 or 111, depends on what you're calling in your country. Or in Nigeria, before you call your neighbor, because you don't have 911, it's only your neighbor that can help you. So before anybody answers you, you have your first aid that you can use. So there's spiritual first aid, right? So let me tell you that. Did show Ifa to white also? Did show Ifa to... I don't understand your question, and I don't want to assume. I guess it's a typo error. Nature, please retype that question. I guess it's a typo error. Oh yeah, 200k likes. I want to teach you something. A spiritual practice you can do for yourself regularly, in case anything happens, before you call on an Iyanifa or a Babalawo. And you know that even if you call your Iyanifa or Babalawo, there are certain times that they might not be able to do anything until the next morning, and they can be sleeping because they are human beings. They are not rescue team that is speaking emergency. So I will teach you something that you can do for yourself. Certain items you are supposed to have. You need to create a spiritual first aid box. There are certain items you are supposed to have for yourself as a spiritual person, as a traditional person. Let me say it how my Igbo people say. They will say he's a traditional man. They mean the person is associated with them. Before then, so I saw one video online today. One of those pastors. You people have to go and warn your pastors. They are beginning to disgrace the community. Because I was part of that community before. And to think that those type of people, it's not nice. Tell them that before they post their videos on social media, somebody should help them. They should have PR team that will help them look at it. Check whatever saw it. Show more bonwa, abiko moyewa. We are calling them about one sense. These days, TikTok has made it so easy. They will just be spewing and disgracing their village people. So I saw one video today. The pastor says, those of you that are calling on ancestors is demonic. We have heard that part before, but the part I've not heard before is the part where the pastor says, the dead is calling on the dead. It is only dead people that reach out to dead people. If you are not a dead person, why are you reaching out to dead people? Ancestors are dead people, and we should not have anything to do with them. And he was saying it with his full chest, and I just looked at, and people were in that church service nodding head like Agama lizard. Ride on, pastor. To where? Where are they riding on to with that type of, what's wrong with you people? So first of all, let's talk about ancestors. According to that video, he has described ancestors as people that have passed. So excuse me, sir, because that pastor is a young man, and I know that he wants to live long to see his grandchildren. So let me do a prayer for him and everybody in his WhatsApp group. You see their grandchildren that they will see. You know they will see their grandchildren. We are praying for them to see their grandchildren. Last year, marry. When they see their grandchildren, then a couple of years after, they too now on leave, and they now live this life. May their grandchildren call them demon. That their grandchildren that their children came to drop in their house for holiday. Grandchildren that they cooked food for and bought sweets and ice cream for. Grandchildren that they wrote their name in their will. Grandchildren that they played with, carried on their leg. Grandchildren that peed on their body and they carried and they rocked to bed. May they call them demon, because there is no way they can escape it. Because at that time, they too will have been unalive. They would have been dead. Their grandchildren, we call them demon. Their grandchildren will carry microphone and say that anybody that associates with them is going to hellfire. Because sometimes they don't think about these things. This is just normal common sense. This is not spiritual revelation. And people are in that service doing, yes, Pastor. I should be the chairman of village people, because you people are disgracing your village people. You are putting to shame the amount of money your parents invested in education for you to learn. Common sense is not common. I'm serious. They should not be calling it common sense again. That man will become ancestor one day. Great-grandchildren, grandchildren that saw them after they have on leave, they will call them. Then the man say it's only the dead that bury the dead, because there is a verse of the Bible that says, let the dead bury their dead. Did that pastor bury his father? Because one day his daddy is still on leave. Is he going to bury his father? So if I see that pastor burying his father, he too has become dead. Then let's come to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, are they not the ancestors of some people? People that have left this life is called ancestor. Jesus self is an ancestor. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Elijah, David, are they not ancestors? Do people just spend millions of naira to go and see the place that they were buried? It's not the dead that is going to visit the dead now. But when they go and visit the dead in another person's country, it's good though. But when we visit the dead in our ancestral line, it's demonic. You people have to be talking with two sides of your mouth. Because if I say that stroke should divide out your mouth into two, you may not, they will say, Yanifa has come. But that's exactly what you are doing. You are speaking with two sides of your mouth. So let us allow stroke to split it into two, so that we know that this part is different from this part. Because I don't understand. See, it is okay if a pastor decides to say that. He can say what he wants to say. But do you know what is not okay? Educated and exposed people sitting in that chair in church and now nodding their head. Yes, yes, what? What is the yes? Father Abraham has many sons as Father Abraham. No, Abraham is an ancestor. So why is God called the God of Abraham? Abi, they did not tell us that did Abraham not on leave? Except if they want to tell us that, no, none of the people in the Bible, they were not on leave. They just journeyed into heaven like Elijah. God of Abraham, God of King, God of Elijah, send down fire. Elijah is ancestor of somebody. Elijah have on leave. Elijah is an ancestor. So we have unanimously agreed. Elijah is a demon. Abraham is a demon. Joseph is a demon. Jacob is a demon. Isaac is a demon. Jesus said he wants to join the demon. But you people will say, he rose up from the dead, but he died before he rose up. And every one of us is still going to rise up. Have you forgotten that the Bible says all of us are still going to rise up? He said we are still going to rise up. So if that rule applies to every other person but somebody, don't you think you people are being, it's not fair. Stop doing like that. It does not look good. Let's even put religion aside. It doesn't look good on somebody that is educated, for somebody that is sensible to sound that way. It doesn't look good. This is just logic. But then again, when it comes to reasoning, when it comes to religion, people just lose their sense of reasoning. I saw another video. Please keep tapping, guys. Please keep tapping, guys. I saw another video. Remember I said I was going to teach you something once we get to 200K. So I saw another video today. One pastor, I've forgotten his name. But in comment section, somebody said dunamis or something. I can't remember. So according to the pastor, his mother traveled to Israel. And his mother said she doesn't want to go back to Nigeria again. In fact, it was an interview. The pastor and one white reporter, one Oyinbo reporter. So the man said his mother doesn't want to go again, that she said she has seen the Holy Land and she doesn't want to go back to the filthy world. The mother is a Nigerian, she's Yoruba to be precise. She doesn't want to go back to the filthy world. And the pastor talked about how, so they were asking him, what is his stand with Israel? He said, as Nigerians, he was speaking on behalf of Nigerians. We did not send him. We are not part of the people he was speaking for. But according to him, he said, as Nigerians, we recognize Zion and Israel as our roots. That video is on TikTok. You people go and look for it. The pastor that says Israel is our roots as Nigerians. We recognize Israel as our roots. And every time we come here, we come to connect to our roots, justifying pilgrimage, justifying people spending millions of naira to go and visit dead people. Because that's all you are doing. You are going there to visit dead people. You want to go and see where somebody was born and where somebody died. After you have now seen it, excuse me, what does he do? I don't have any problem with excursion, or is it excursion they call it when you travel? Vacation. I don't have a problem with vacation, but don't spiritualize vacation. There is nothing he does to you. I think I have an assignment for every one of them one by one. They need to carry that gospel to Israel. At least the people that owns the gospel, let them accept it. You don't have 20% of people in Israel that are born again. It's not up to 20%. More than 80% of them are practicing Judaism. That is their own form of spirituality. Then they gave you people buckets. You now carried it on your head more than the person that owned the bucket. Those that own the bucket are dragging it, saying, this bucket is no longer good. No! You are the chief of staff of the bucket. You have carried it on your head like this, running with it like somebody that something has happened to. Yeah, we have reached 200K, yes. It doesn't look good on you. So for everybody that will watch that video, it's tourism, and I wonder what they have paid that man so that every year these people will be making money off us in the name of, for everybody that has gone to Holy Land, whichever Holy Land, when you come back, what difference happens? I need somebody to educate me. Apart from you have gone to see something, what other difference is there? You see it, yes, and it's good. Do I also want to see it as a form of education? Yes. But spiritually, what happens to you when you come back? We need to understand these things. And the man said we are going to our roots. We are from Zion. Particularly the church that I used to attend before when I was a pastor, Christ Embassy. Those people can carry Zion on their head like this. Now, that's Zion that you are from. You want to travel to that Zion, you still need to get visa. You still need to buy tickets to go back to connect to your roots. Because according to that man, that's the root. Don't you think there's something? See, until the day that Saudi Arabia makes it visa-free and ticket-free for Muslims all over the world to come there saying, you are a part of us. This is where you belong. We are one, we are brothers. Until they give every Muslim citizenship in that country, it doesn't make sense. Because your own people will not treat you like that. As long as you don't need visa to travel to Umuahia, where you come from, or to travel to Volta region, where you come from, or to travel to Lome, or to travel to Oshogbo and Ekiti. If Nigeria is not charging you visa to get to those countries, I don't see any reason why your second home is charging you visa. Because if you are a citizen of that place for real and they recognize you and you are not deceiving yourself, a Nigerian that has dual citizenship of Nigeria and US, if he wants to go to US, does he need visa? No. What he needs is the ticket. He can go there at free will. He can exercise his power of citizenship in that country. He can vote and be voted for, irrespective of his background. As long as he has been given citizenship, he can do anything that other citizens. You cannot do it in Saudi. You cannot do it in Israel. Yet you are here deceiving yourself and telling yourself that's where we belong. I am no longer of Nigeria. I'm now from Zion. Zion is in me. Who is, why are you, it's okay. Please let me answer question and go and eat lunch. It's time for lunch. When Yoruba existence is older than Adam and Eve, you see, let's even put religion aside. Let's put I believe in God, I love God. Okay, where is the logic? Where does that make sense? Let me answer the question and teach you what I want to teach you. They still need hotel fee. Nobody is giving them a house so in the country of their roots with all the money they have invested. If you know how much of Africa's investment is sitting in those two countries in the name of tourism, you'll be angry. No one says anything when the Jewish people do sacrifice, but when it is, you see that sacrifice one? That sacrifice one is even simple. The foundation of Christianity is based on the idea of a human sacrifice. For God to save the people that he created out of the hand of the Satan that he created, a whole human being. The picture of Jesus, we have that fine man, if he's the one, we don't know. A whole human being had to be sacrificed for that to happen. Then you, that you believe in that, you are looking at me, that we are sacrificing animals and you are calling us evil. You have to be a joke. That has to be the joke of every century. Because trust me, if African spirituality is the one that was emphasizing crucifixion, we will not hear the last of it. The propaganda of church will be, you can imagine such a religion that said that they should crucify a person. God can never be like that. That will have been the sermon of the church. But now it's them. They don't want to talk about it. They want you to accept that crucifixion in a very lovely way. I talked about it in one of my live streaming. Go and watch Passion of the Christ. When you watch that movie, you will wonder, where is love in all of these things? I don't understand. God is love. He created us, he created the devil, and he wants to save us from the devil. And this is the only way he could do it. How do you put this and this on the same plane with love? But trust me, they are not ready to have that conversation. They are not. They don't want to have that conversation at all. They don't want to have that conversation. They don't want to have it. But it's okay. Nobody is asking you to stop going to church. But please, as you are doing it, you can preach your sermon without adding anything that has to do with Ifa and Isheshe to it. Anything that has to do with ancestral worship. You can preach anything. The same people that sit down and they share Holy Communion and they say you are eating somebody's flesh and drinking somebody's blood. A human being's flesh and blood. What initiation could be higher than that? What demonic initiation could be better than that? What is the demonic initiation that could be higher than, as you eat this, you are eating my flesh? Sincerely speaking, if you go to normally, if you don't want to be biased, if you come to my house and I give you a drink, I pour the drink out and I pour it into a cup. Take, for instance, you come to my house right now, and as I'm pouring this, you are the one that opened it, though, like for real, it was sealed. Let me explain it to you. Imagine that this cup was sealed, completely sealed. You are the one that opened the nylon, removed the cover, and then you take this new bottle and then you pour this drink out of it. Then you take the cup, and as you are drinking it, and I said, Ma, as you are drinking it, you are drinking the blood of our grandfather. Please, what will you do? Comment section. Please, what will you do? And as you are drinking that cup, I say, Sister What's the name of this person? Jeffrey Lucky. Rhoda just joined. And I say, as Auntie Rhoda, as you are drinking that, or you are drinking the blood of my grandfather, the speed with which you will throw away this cup. What? What the F? Blood of who? That's all you will do. But the day you entered into church and you took Holy Communion, they say you are eating the flesh of Jesus and the blood of Jesus. It was okay for you. You did not ask pastor, please, why do we have to eat flesh and blood? What happened? Please help me type the WhatsApp number in comment section. You did not ask them. Why? Kilo shell. Blood, you flesh, kilo shell. We don't have to. You people just said we should accept Jesus. We have accepted. Why are we eating the flesh and the blood? But people will tell you it is metaphorically spiritual. Of course, it is metaphorical and it's spiritual. And you think it doesn't have spiritual meaning. And then they say they are doing IFA initiation. They are shaving people's head. They are saying, why do they have to do that head shaving? It's an initiation. Initiation is wrong. They put your head into water 3 times and bring you out the first time. Dip your head into water second time, bring you out. Dip your head into water 3 times. Go and read what spiritual initiation means. You will see the meaning of that. You will see the meaning of that. You will see the meaning of, they told you what you are eating. And you have accepted it that, yes, I'm eating somebody's flesh and drinking somebody's blood. I accept it. You say, but it is, it's just wine. We opened the wine. We know the name of the wine. When you came to my own house and I gave you, and you opened the drink and you poured it, and I said, for your grandfather, it's my grandfather's blood. Why didn't you say, no, it's not possible. I'm the one that opened it. You will go back home. You will start to do everything you can. What happened? Hey, they said I took somebody's grandfather's flesh. You will look for a way to get it out of your system. You will vomit everything out, including your intestine that day. But when it comes to church, you see, it's okay. We are not saying it's not okay, but please, as you are preaching your sermon, resist the urge to add African spirituality to it. You can preach a good, beautiful church sermon without doing that. It's not good. So I said I was going to teach you a spiritual practice. Let me see. Can a non-initiate appease Ifa? Anybody can appease an Orisha. People do Idafa every day and they do Orisha appeasement every day without being an Ifa priest. Someone said I'll go straight and vomit. They are practicing witchcraft, they don't know. I'm telling you, leave them alone and let them deceive themselves. So, spiritual first aid box. Spiritual first aid box. Can you have an Ajay shrine without doing Ifa initiation? No. Before you can have an Ajay shrine, you must have been initiated into the Orisha Ajay. You can't, but you can give Ebo. A Babalawo can give Ebo to Orisha Ajay on your behalf without you having done your Intefa and all of that. But to now have a whole shrine in your house, if you have the shrine in your house, who is going to take care of the Ajay? Who is going to be giving Ebo to the Ajay? There has to be a Babalawo attached to it because it's not something you can do. Okay, so in Yoruba spirituality, we don't have anything called altar. You see all those altars that people have. If you have not done, the only thing that allows you to have those items that you have placed in a certain place and you call an altar is not an item you go to the market and buy. The item must have been given to you through an Ifa priest or priestess, and you must have done the initiation before you can have it. So whatever it is you have on your altar, other forms of spirituality have it. It's not a huge thing in Ifa. We don't have somebody that has not gotten their Ifa. Before you get Ifa, you have to do Ifa. Before you have Ajay, you have to be initiated into Ajay or Shuon. You just don't go outside and buy something and say, or you just don't call a Babalawo and say, please do Ajay for me. I want to put it in my house. No. It's not done like that. These things are highly spiritual things. These things need priests and priestesses to attend to them. It's not something you just set up in your house. So when you see people saying, I have an altar for my ancestors, the picture of my grandfather and grandma, it is not Ifa. Is it a valid form of spirituality? Yes, to the people that practice it. Because you have some people that sell Ajay consecrated pots. They sell it to people that are going to do itefa, or people that have done that have done initiation into that orisha. Yes, people sell it. They sell the pot. You will take it along when you are going to do your òrìṣà tó bá fẹ́ ṣẹ́ ọ̀ṣun, nǹkan táwọn á ń pè nìyẹn. Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣẹ́ ajé, wọ́n fẹ́ ṣẹ́ ọ̀ṣun fún yàn. You will carry it there. They will consecrate it in your name. Nobody sells a consecrated calabash outside. If they consecrated it outside, who did they consecrate it to? To the general public? No. It's consecrated to you. So you can buy, I can open a shop and have these items in my shop. And you can buy it from my shop. All I did was just weave the basket. Then you take it to the babalawo that is going to do the initiation for you. They will consecrate it in your name. Then it becomes yours. Is that okay? But if anybody is telling you I'm selling consecrated Ajay, just put it in your house and Ajay will come there. Scam alert, you have been scammed. You have been scammed. If they tell you they consecrated it, ask them in the name of who did they consecrate it. How does that Ajay recognize you? Whose name was done in the consecration? So yeah, in my country, Angola, it's the same. To have it at home like ancestors, you need to be initiated. Exactly. So people that are selling it to you, those people can sell it, or don't get me wrong, people can sell just this woven basket outside. People have to make it and sell it, that's normal. But consecrated one, can you be initiated into Ajay without being in Nigeria? Yeah, only share, they can consecrate Ajay for you. Share Ajay like share Ifa. You can consecrate Ifa for you, consecrate Orishas for you, consecrate Egbe for you without you being there. But you cannot be initiated into it without you being there. You see that thing that we have termed initiation, you have to be there in person. So if they consecrate Ajay for you, Toba share Ajay, can they send the calabash to you? Oh yes, they can. But that consecration was done for you in your own name. You can have it there. Does that mean you are an initiate of Ajay, of Orisha Ajay? No, you are not. Is that okay? In the absence of question, let's go to our spiritual first aid box. First thing you should have, always have in your house, is the dry gin or tea. Always have it in your house. Always have it. It's a very important spiritual tool. Second one, Adi, palm kernel oil. Is different from palm oil or palm kernel oil. Adi is different from palm oil. Please, as I'm listing it, let somebody be typing it in comment section. Then palm oil, epo pupa, red oil. My husband's people call it red oil. Oil. I didn't mean that in a nice way. I meant it in a very nice way. So you buy red oil and add it to your spiritual first aid box. Red oil. It's oil, okay? O-I-L. It's oil. Is that okay? It's red. It's cooking oil. So you have palm kernel oil. That one is darker in color. Red oil. You have that one. You have that one. And then you are supposed to have salt. You're also supposed to have salt in your spiritual first aid box. You should have salt. You should have cola nuts. You should have cola nuts. And always make sure you replace your cola nuts to be fresh. You should have honey. You should have honey. You should always have honey. You should always have honey. Now, the salt, there are different types of salt, right? Basically, for Ifa, you just need the regular cooking salt. Himalaya salt, pink salt, red salt, white salt, yellow salt. That one is extra. Basic cooking salt, you should have it. Is that okay? Now, there are some leaves we call Ewe Ifa. If you have access to it, it has to be fresh. You can have it around you. If it's not fresh, you can tell somebody from Nigeria to buy it for you, dry it for you, and grind it into powder form. Away far, you should have it around you. Then make sure that, irrespective of what happens, as you are going to bed at night, have water around you. Have water around you. Drinkable water, water in a bowl, just have water around you. If you have any spiritual emergency, now you see these items, I will come to your question, the person that is asking about twins. I'm giving a general information here. You see these items, they are regular items that we use at home. Is that okay? So the one you are putting in your spiritual first aid box, you consecrate it. You can consecrate them by yourself. Is that okay? You can consecrate them by yourself. Now, how do you consecrate it? For those of you that are non-Yoruba and you believe in other forms of spirituality, you can consecrate under a full moon. Is that okay? It is not a large and wide practice in Ifa, but you can consecrate under a full moon. But purely Ifa, just take it outside. Put those items outside overnight. Take, for instance, from 10 p.m. till about 4 a.m. Kí ìrì àárọ̀ kó sẹ̀ sí, kí ìrì sẹ̀ sí. Ẹ mọ̀ pé tí babaláwo tí a bá ń ṣẹbọ àbí tá ń ṣe ètùtù àbí tá ń ṣe anything Ifá, a babalawo will put water in his mouth and will put the ọtí, the alcohol in his mouth like this. They will do like this. Sorry, I have sweets in my mouth. Let me swallow that. A babalawo will do like this. And the people in the congregation will say, Irise, Irise, Irise. That Irise, nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ gangan nìyẹn. Tí ìrì bá sẹ̀, the morning dew, when it drops, tí ìrì bá sẹ̀, gbogbo ewé oko wọ́n máa ń jí pépé ni. So ìrì yẹn tó bá ti sẹ̀ sí, it consecrates it. So you put it outside, directly under the sky, if your environment allows it. Not there is roof here, then you now put it here, directly under the sky so that it has contact. Then you consecrate it, right? Then you take it in. You have your spiritual first aid box. Now, if you wake up at night and you need to make a prayer, or at any point, when you finish your prayer, put a little gin, hot, whatever it is, white gin, white wine, alcohol, spirits, whatever, put a little into your mouth and do that thing I did now 3 times on the ground. It is connecting you with the spirits and the powers that are in that environment, calling them and their powers to stamp what you are doing right now, to allow what you are doing right now. You understand? That is your way of calling them, of communicating with them, of telling them that I'm here. Òun ló ṣe máa ń sọ pé ìrì sẹ̀, tí ìrì bá sẹ̀, gbogbo ewé oko wọ́n máa ń jí pépé ni tí ìrì bá sẹ̀ sórí wọn. So it's like you are trying to awaken them, to call them, to say, like you sit down with somebody now and you do this to their eyes with water. No matter how much they are sleeping, tí o máa ń ṣe àwọn olórun ìsọlẹ́nu wọ́n máa jí. So it is to awaken the spirits that is around you that this is what I'm doing now, this is what it is, that side. If you have a dream that you have eaten something and you feel uncomfortable about it, whatever it is, the first thing you should get is that adi or that palm oil and speak to it. I will say it in Yoruba. Wọ́n ní tí àjẹ́ bá mu epo, ojú ẹ̀ máa wálẹ̀. Tí oṣó bá mu epo, ojú ẹ̀ máa wálẹ̀. As you are drinking this epo, gbogbo nǹkan tó bá wà nínú ẹ̀ òun ni kó bàjẹ́. First aid, before you are able to call a babalawo and Iyanifa, your priest or your priestess, it has to be around you. Whether you are sure of what has happened or not. You see the way they give palm oil to children or to anybody when you think that they have swallowed anything poisonous and it makes them throw it up. It is a spiritual instruction, a spiritual power that palm oil carries. That's palm oil, palm kernel oil. It's a spiritual power that it carries. Now, let me answer the question of the person that talks about that talked about the twins thing. If any of these items is an abomination for you, I told you I'm giving general information. Now there are certain group of people that certain of this item is an abomination for them. Find a replacement for it. So if palm kernel oil is a taboo for you, use palm oil. If palm oil is a taboo for you, find something else. This is general information. And this is one of the reasons that IFA doesn't give out general information, because there are certain times that certain things goes against the Odu of certain people. Take for instance, some people are not allowed to use black soap, but 90% of the spiritual soap you find around is black. And you are using it and you don't know that the reason it's not working for you or the reason it's working against you is because it's black. Please keep tapping on your screen if you want me to continue. Tap on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. Keep tapping on your screen. Some of you don't know that it's the color of that soap that is affecting you. How will you know when you have not done your Itefa and they told you that you should not do it? They told you Ifa does not align with you. Ifa that's the only thing I can say. Is there anything like Ifa Eka? Cause I keep dreaming where they are telling me to go do it. That IKA that you talked about, what exactly is it? Because Ika, that word can be pronounced as Ika, that is Domi. It can be pronounced as Ika, that's Dodo. It can be pronounced as Ika, that's Rere. It can be pronounced as Redo, Ika, Redo, Ika. It can be pronounced as different things, so I need to be sure what exactly you are hearing. Maybe you send a message on WhatsApp and tell me the tone in which you are hearing is, because a Yoruba word cannot be interpreted based on the words that you just spell like that. Yes, the way you're pronounced, it can't really spell it right. So which of the pronunciation? So you understand what I'm saying? I'll come to that. Please, that person should send a message via WhatsApp. Please post the WhatsApp number. The person that says they dreamt about Ifa, Ika, or Ika, please send a message, because Ika is an Odrifa. Ika is one of the 16 major Odrus. Ika Meji is one of the 16 major Odrus. So it's possible they are directing you to Odrifa, Ika. You never know. So, but when you say Ika, Ika means wickedness in Yoruba. So there is no Ifa, Ika. Ifa of wickedness is not there. Are you going to post this video on YouTube for people that miss it? Every one of our live streaming replay is always posted on YouTube. Every one of it. So Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube, you will find the replay there. Okay, so let's continue. So if you have anything like that, you feel that you have eaten something spiritually and you feel, before you can get help, take the palm oil and take those words that I said. Speak those words that I said. Now for the kola nuts, if you have any inclination that there is death around you, untimely, unliving, I hate that I have to use that word anyway, but to unalive, you have the fear that certain person or thing is trying to unalive you. Take your kola nuts. Yorùbá ní obì ló ń bí ikú, obì ló ń bí àrùn. Cut a part of it. Obì tí mo fẹ́ jẹ yìí, kó wá bí ikú, kó wá bí àrùn. And then you chew it. And then you take your, what's it called? The gin. And then you take it on it. Remember, those items have been consecrated for that purpose. Now, the English word says, Obi is the one that takes away you being unalive. It takes it away, right? According to Odrifa or Yekumeji, is that okay? It takes away sickness. So as a matter of urgency, as a first aid, you can use it for that. Now, when you have water around you, wọ́n ní omi ò ń bẹ́ ní nǹkan kan ṣọ̀tá o. Kò sẹ́ni tí ò fẹ́ràn omi. Water doesn't have an enemy. It is a sign and a symbol to whatever spirit that comes around you at night. Water is like you want to call a truce, right? You have presented something to them that says, I'm not fighting with you. This is peace. I have brought out a sign of peace. That is what he says at that time. Now, it's water around me and XYZ still happen. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. That's the first aid. It's like saying somebody saying that, oh, they applied first aid and that person still passed before they go to the hospital because the situation of the person has passed first aid. So this is just the first thing that you can easily do. So if you are taking this instruction as, Yanifa has taught us something, so I will never have to do Ebo and Etutu again. I did not say that. I am not telling you that. I said first aid for a reason. First aid, emergency kits. So you can use that as it. Is that okay? Now for salt and sugar. I don't know if I mentioned sugar. For most people, it works for most people except if it's a taboo for you. Sprinkle it at the four corners of your house, of your room, of your compound. You just feel there's an energy around you. Salt is for cleansing. Sprinkle it around and speak to whatever forces that is there at that time that you are not. You are using it to mark your territory, like you are drawing a line. They should not cross over this line. And if they are here already, let them be out. Pending the break of the day when you are able to call a spiritualist to take care of that situation for you. If you have a child around you that screams out of their sleep, give them the palm oil you've consecrated. Give them the honey you have consecrated. Put it on the tongue of that child immediately. Emphasis on the one you have consecrated. Don't go into your kitchen and carry palm oil and say it did not work. Consecrated for a reason. Is that okay? So all of these practices. Now, one way that you can physically by yourself keep your Ori active. I said keep your Ori active. I did not say activate your Ori, and I did not say is a substitute for Ebori or Ibori, but one way you can keep your Ori active. Get a bowl of water, a big bucket of water, enough for you to take a shower, in a white bowl or a transparent bowl, a bucket or a pail, white or transparent. Put it outside overnight, say from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Bring it in. Before you take that water outside, you have to communicate, you have to speak what you want. I'm putting this outside to activate my Ori. As I put it outside, I call, sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just a minute. Somebody said Erok Bese. Erok Bese, Eshio. Okay. Yeah, so my cup looks cute. Is it this one? Or this one? I think this one is a Chinese cup. Is it Chinese or Japanese? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Eshe Goni. Yeah, so don't worry, the voice will come back gradually. What were you talking about, Seth? I was talking about water in the bucket. Yes, Erok Bese me. So the water, can you still hear me? Don't worry, the voice will come back. To activate your Ori, yes. So you put the water in the bucket and you put it outside overnight around 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. in the morning, right? So when you put it outside, you begin to ask, you begin to speak to your Ori what you want your Ori to do for you. Okay, you begin to speak to your Ori what you want your Ori to do for you, what exactly you want it to do for you, right? And then you will say it into the water, you put it outside. When you bring the water back in the morning into your bathroom, you take a shower with that water, just that water, no additional water, no sponge, no soap. And as you shower with that water, everything that you had said the night before when you took that water outside, you would repeat it to yourself. I'm using this to activate my Ori. Kí orí mi má sùn, kórí mi má gbàbọ̀dè. Níbi tó ti ń pe orí mi níbi, kí iná àti àrá Ṣàngó àti Ọya kó máa dá wọn lóhùn. Orí mi ò ní gbàbọ̀dè, orí mi ò ní sùn. You will continue to say all those things to yourself. My Ori will not accept anything negative. Wherever anybody is calling my Ori negatively, let Ṣàngó and Ògún answer them. You will continue to take your shower with that. Remember, I said no additional water, no soap, no sponge. Just shower with it. Now, once you are done, make sure that that day you are dressed in complete white. If you are a woman, make sure your head is covered throughout that day. By that day, I mean till around 9 p.m. If you happen to do it on a work day, or, I mean, I don't think there's anybody that works 7 days of the week. So you probably want to do it on a day when you are not working. So you can wear your white, cover your head. Yes, it's very cold, I know. So for those of you in winter countries, even sometimes in Nigeria, the weather can be very cold in the north. When you bring it back inside, you can warm the water up. As long as you are not adding any additional water, you can warm it up for... No, I'm good. You can warm it up, okay? That quantity of water, or you can warm a little part of it to pour it in, but just that water, no additional water. You can warm it up for yourself to use, so it's not a problem, irrespective of where you are. So throughout the rest of that day, you are not taking a shower again. Throughout that day, you do not kneel down to greet anybody, because you have dedicated that day to your Ori. You are not kneeling down or prostrating to greet anybody. So those of you that are Yoruba culture people, you know you cannot go outside without kneeling down. Find a day that you stay in your house by yourself. Dedicate that day to your Ori and be in the attitude and in the mood of you are speaking positive things to your Ori. That is a good day when the Iwure video comes in handy. If you have not subscribed to this TikTok channel, click on the link in the bio and hit subscribe. You will find the video how to make Iwure praying the right way in Ifa and Isheshe. Here we don't pray, God please do it, God I beg, please God, why me? Just do it for me. May I be blessed. We don't do that. There is a way we make declarations. If you wait to the end of this video, you will hear how I make Iwure. We don't say, God, please, I need money. Please, give me money. We say, we use precedence. As Agbe has been taking blessings to Olokun, let it bring it to me. It's precedence. So you want to learn that, click on the link in the bio. Subscribe. There is a subscribe button on the bio. Click on it and subscribe. Learn to pray the right way. So you use that. That is a very good day that it comes in handy. You do it for yourself. Now, the next question you're probably asking is, when is the best day to do it? The best day to do that is the day of the week that you were born. For the Ghanaians on the timeline, you people already know it. You already know the day of the week you were born. It's a powerful knowledge that the Ghanaians practice in their spirituality. If you don't know, go to ChatGPT. I was born on the 1st of January 1970. It will tell you the day of the week that it is. So it's either Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. One of those days. So it's a very good day for you to do that, to activate your worry. Now, I wasn't planning to say this, but as an addition, you see that day of the week you were born, you can use it for a lot of things spiritually. A lot of things spiritually for yourself. That day, no matter how bad it is, you brought joy into this world on that day. So as you brought joy into this world, you can demand from the universe a lot of things on that day of the week. If you want to learn a whole lot about that, spiritual practices, spiritual recipes, spiritual herbs that you can put together, just join my spiritual mentoring program. Send a message via WhatsApp. I don't teach that openly. Why? Because it is sacred information. People take it and do whatever it is they want to do with it. So before I teach you, you will have first of all made an agreement with Ifa that this knowledge you are learning, you are not going to use it to mess around with things. Before I can share the information, somebody else can decide to share it with you freely. But for me, I don't. So these are just general practices that you can use. In the absence of questions, are we allowed to round this up? Are we allowed to round this up? Please, you are looking for a wife. Send a message via WhatsApp. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen. Send a message via WhatsApp. It is now pinned on your screen. We'll do a divination wherever your wife is. Your wife will come and meet you. And if you already have your wife and you have treated her like trash in the past, I'm sorry. It is what it is. But send a message via WhatsApp. Yeah, so in absence of questions, let's round off this live streaming. How can I subscribe? Click on the link in the bio of this YouTube, TikTok page. You will see subscribe on the TikTok page. If you have any difficulty subscribing, just send a message to WhatsApp that you tried to subscribe and you couldn't. You asked a question earlier if there's any such thing as Egbe, and I told you to go to YouTube. I explained Egbe there. If I start to explain Egbe, we'll be here again for another few hours. That's your question. It doesn't have a yes or no answer. It's based on you know how spirituality is. There is no yes or no. There are so many things that will lead us up to this question. So if you watch that video, Iyanifaewa TV on YouTube, I have 2 videos there on Egbe. Very, very explanatory. You will find the answer there so that we don't take too much of the time. Or maybe you want to send a message via WhatsApp. How can I subscribe to the private mentorship? Please send a message via WhatsApp. Okay, maybe that was the time you had a call. Yes, just go to the WhatsApp, the YouTube channel, Iyanifaewa TV. Please, WhatsApp number. The WhatsApp number. So you can send the WhatsApp number to join the spiritual mentoring program. What part of Nigeria are you from? I'm Yoruba. I'm from southwestern Nigeria. Southwestern Nigeria. All right, let's wrap this up. Esmobi by Keke Washi. Come and do it here so that they can hear your voice. I want to so that they can hear your voice for the Iwuri. The subscription is expensive. It's $9 per month. No, it's not my own subscription that is $9 per month. Which subscription on this YouTube channel? Subscription that is like 1,250 naira. No, maybe you are clicking on something else. Pray the right way in Ifa and Isheshe. Check it here. Or if you are seeing something different, please do a screenshot and send it to me via WhatsApp DM. Do a screenshot and send it to me via WhatsApp DM. Akoda ye Asheba. Asheba tiwaye ojo. Asheba tiwo orun. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé Asheba. Ìbà ṣẹ̀dá, ìbà wẹ̀dá, ìbà mẹ̀dá. Elédùmarè ọba lèwí lè ṣe, ọba tó fi gbogbo àgbálá ayé yìí tó fi ṣe àpótí ìtìsẹ̀ rẹ̀ Asheba. Ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ oníṣẹ́ fàyàtì Asheba. Arúgbó ọjọ́, ọba àwọn ọba Asheba. Ọba tí ń fọba jẹ́ Asheba. Aṣẹ̀dá, awẹ̀dá, amẹ̀dá Asheba. A ní kí bá wa ṣe ọ. kábíyèsí ọlọ́run mímọ́ ọlọ́run tuntun àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pákẹ́ àlàkẹ́ ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọlọ́mọ kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ lórí igun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé ibi tẹ́ ti ń jẹ́ ayé àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ ẹ̀yin atẹ̀dọ̀jòróǹro ẹ̀yin apanimáyọ̀dà àṣebà ẹ̀yin arógbáṣọ má balẹ̀ àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru ẹ̀yin ògbìngbìngbì tí ń rìn gbìngbìngbìn lẹ́yìn ìkúlé ẹni tó bá wù ní àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà àtàwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ tó súnlẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjìrè mú àṣebà yín o aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ àṣebà olúbíkin àṣebà ọ̀sanyìnbíkin àjàgùnmàlẹ̀ olúwo òdi ọ̀run àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ Ọbàtálá ọ̀sẹ̀rẹ̀màgbò àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ àṣeyé ìpà òòṣà àṣeyé ìpà ifá àṣeyé ìpà ekin àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ Ọ̀ṣun ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ olóòyà ayò ládékojú ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi àṣebà ẹ̀wùjí alágbólódò àṣebà amawomaro àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ Yemọja ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi afínjú obìnrin olú odò nísàlẹ̀ odò níbi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń jọba àṣebà afínjú obìnrin tí ń gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ ọkùnrin àṣebà Yemọja o àṣebà ògúnlákàyé ọ̀ṣìmọ̀lẹ̀ olómi nílé fẹ̀jẹ̀wẹ̀ òláṣọ nílé fimọ̀ kíbọ̀ ń bora àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń gbẹ́bọ fún láṣebà fún aníkọ́ má dá ẹbọ wá sí wa lára kó gbà kẹ́bọ fín kẹ́bọ dà kẹ́bọ dòdì ọ̀run láṣẹ Èdùmàrè igúnnugún tí ń jẹbọ ọ̀ṣálú ayé àṣebà àkàràmàgbò tí ń jẹbọ ọ̀ṣálú ọ̀run àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ gbogbo àwọn aláṣekù gbogbo àwọn tó ṣàwokù sẹ́yìn fún wa gbogbo àwọn tó tẹ̀lú yìí dó gbogbo àwọn tí wọn ò jẹ́ kí fá parun tó gbé fálé àwa lọ́wọ́ àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ gbogbo àwọn agbára tó solé ayé rú àwọn agbára tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ yìí àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe àṣebà orí àṣebà ẹlẹ́dàá àṣebà dẹ́dàá àṣebà gbogbo àwọn orí kọ̀ọ̀kan tó péjọ síbi lẹ́nìí aníkíbà ṣe gbogbo babaláwo ni ìyá nífá ni bàbá lórìṣà ni ìyá lórìṣà ni gbogbo àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí gbogbo àwọn oníṣègùn gbogbo àwọn eléwé ọmọ gbogbo àwọn àpẹ̀tẹ̀bí àṣebà aníkíbà ṣe níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ wà lórí igun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé tẹ́ ti ń jókòó tẹ́ ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe wọ́n ní àdáṣe ní humọ ìbà ọgbọ́dọ̀ wọn èmi àti yín àti wọlé àti júbà lẹ́nu wọ́n ní kíbà wá ṣe wọ́n lọ́mọdé tó bá júbà òun ló máa roko dalẹ́ nítorí nípa àti júbà lẹ́nu ó di dandan ká roko dalẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àṣebà bàbá àti ìyá tó bí wa àwọn tó ṣọlọ́pọ̀ tó wà wá sáyé àṣebà àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa àṣebà àwọn tó ti rebi àgbáre àṣebà òrìṣà egúngún òrìṣà àwọn aláṣepò àṣebà aníkíbà wá ṣe gbogbo agbára gbogbo ìmọ̀ àṣebà ifá àṣebà ekin aníkíbà wá ṣe ìwúre ọjọ́ òní ọ̀sẹ̀ Ṣàngó lè ní ọ̀sẹ̀ Ọya lè ní ọ̀sẹ̀ Jàkúta lè ní èní kábíyèsí Ṣàngó àṣebà arábàmbí ọkọ ya lógun lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àṣebà àkàtà yẹ́rìyẹ́rì àṣebà iná lójú iná nímú iná lẹ́nu bàbá mi àṣebà wọ́n níná ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ bàbá mi lọ́rùn èéfín là ń gbá láyé àṣebà ọba kòso aníkíbà wá ṣe ọ kábíyèsí Ṣàngó àṣebà gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń ṣe ọ̀sẹ̀ fún lẹ́ni àṣebà àníkọ́lọ́sẹ̀ ó gbà á láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ọ̀la ní ọjọ́ ajé ògúngúlùsọ onísọ̀ bòdì a ní kí ajé wá dúró tì wá a ní kájé wá dirun kó àti ibi tá a rọkùnrin sí ibi tá a rọkùnrin sí kájé tibẹ̀ wọlé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àtọ̀tún àtòsì tí ẹyẹlé fi ń kóre wá lẹ́sẹ̀ kájé kóre wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní àbùdí ní tolókun àbùdí ní tọlọ́sà ibi tá a ti ń bù jáde kó máa dí padà fún wa wọ́n ní kò sẹ́ni tó fi ọ̀bẹ tó fi ṣá omi lọ́gbẹ́ tó ń kan omi lára kò síbi tó mú aráyé ti lè ṣá owó wa lọ́gbẹ́ kò ní nípa lára wa láṣẹ èèyàn bá a ṣe ń bù á máa dí fún wa ni agbe tí ń gbére pàdé olókun wọ́n ní kó má gbére pàdé olókun mọ́ kó wá máa gbére bọ̀ wá bá wa àlùkò tí ń gbére pàdé ọlọ́sà wọ́n ní kó má gbére pàdé ọlọ́sà mọ́ pé kó wá máa gbére bọ̀ wá bá wa níbi gbogbo tá a bá ti ń lọ a máa kó ajé lọ́nà ajé á jókòó tì wá nínú ilé ajé á dirun á digba lọ́dọ̀ wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní ẹni tó bá lẹ́rú ló lẹ́rù gbogbo ẹrù tó wà lọ́dọ̀ ajé owó ni o ọlà ni o ọlá ni o ìṣẹ́gun ni o ìgbéga ni ó di tèmi àti ní tọmọtọmọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ajé ò ní bínú sí wa àní lájé lọ́rùn àmà lájé lọ́wọ́ ni níbi tí gbogbo àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa ti ń ná ajé àní bá wọn ná ojú níbẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè bá a wá ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ tá à ń jèrè àní fowó wo àìsàn àní fowó wo ẹjọ́ ọmọ aláyé ọmọ orí tẹ́ ṣí ṣọ́ọ̀bù sílẹ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń tajà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní àtàjẹ̀yà àtàwàràwàrà báyìí ní tìrín torí ọmọ ẹ̀tà ní kọ́kọ́ tà kọ́mọ ẹlòmíràn tó tà gbogbo nǹkan tá a gbé jáde láti tà ọmọ aráyé àlànà erékùn àwọn abáwa rà àwọn èèyàn jagunjagun lẹ́ẹ̀kan lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé àwọn olówó àwọn ọlọ́lá tó nílò owó tó wà lọ tí wọ́n nílò nǹkan tá à ń tà àwọn náà máa wá wa rí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n nínú gbólóbìn wà ọmọ aráyé ńlànà kan ni wọ́n lànà orékùn ni wọ́n lànà ọlákàn ni wọ́n lànà ọlàkàn ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè inú gbóló ní orógbó wà ọmọ aráyé ńlànà kan ni wọ́n lànà owó kan ni wọ́n lànà ṣẹ́gun kan yín wọ́n lànà òkìkí kan yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní àfẹ́kárí báyìí òun látẹ́gùn fẹ́ àrànká gbogbo ayé bá òun lò òun ràn ògo èmi àti yín á ràn kárí ayé ògo wá di ògo òrùn báyìí tọ́mọ aráyé ò lè fọwọ́ bò mọ́lẹ̀ ògo wá ràn kárí ayé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè tóòrí bá fojú kan ọ̀hún báyìí ìjọ yẹn ló ń yọ kọ́mọ aráyé máa yọ́nú sí wa ìṣọkùnrin ní ìṣobìnrin ní ọmọdé ní àgbà ní dúdú ní funfun ní lẹ́bọ̀ lóògùn ní afàìmọ́níṣe ní oṣó lẹ́yìn àjà Èdùmàrè àní fojú sunkún ọmọ àní mọ sàárè ọmọ ẹrù tálábíyámọ ètú wọn ní gbé wá káwa mọ́lé o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tá a ti mọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn àní mọ̀ òpin wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo alábíyámọ tó diwọ́ tó di lọ́jọ́ ìkúnlẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ oníṣaláìtó ẹ̀jẹ̀ òní pọ̀ jù omi oníṣaláìtó láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo àwọn tó máa gbẹ̀bí àwọn àbíyè ni wọ́n jẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ máa bímọ yẹn lábíyè ni àgbóhùn ọmọ àgbóhùn ìyá bàbá wọn gan àgbóhùn wọn láṣẹ lọ́nà tó tọ́ àti tó yẹ Elédùmarè ò ní fi wọ́n wa ajé ò ní fi wọ́n wa ajé á fi ṣèrànràn fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè bá a ṣe wá ń sáré sókè sódò nítorí àwọn ọmọ yìí wọn ò ní fi wọ́n dà wá láàmú ayé ò ní fọmọ dà yín láàmú ayé ò ní fi ọmọ dà yín láàmú sẹ àlàyé ò ní fọ́nà ẹ̀ ṣe wọn ò ní ṣá wọn ò ní fi wọ́n ṣe àgbàna báwa náà ṣe ń dàgbà àwa dàgbà àdògbò àfèrègìjòbì àní dàgbà ya àmàgbó àmàtọ́ ni o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọn ò ní fi wá wọn ò ní fi dà wọn ọmọ wa láàmú láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ibi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wá kọjú sí wọn ní ire lójú owó ire lójú yín á máa rí ojú yín ò ní rí bi ojú owó ò kì í rí bi ojú yín ò ní rí bi láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọn ní ẹran ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ òun náà ní kó dẹ̀ fẹ́mi àti ìrọ̀rùn báyìí òun ní gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ wa máa bá dé ìdẹ̀ra báyìí ní gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ wa máa bá dé afárá omi ló ní kó dùn fẹ́mi àti láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ọ̀rọ̀ wa ò ní so kíkan kò ní so kíkorò níbikíbi tó bá ti fi ẹnu àtẹ́ tó bá ti wí ti yín iyọ̀ ló ní kọ́ ọmọ aráyé máa fẹnu yọ̀ wí ti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àtẹ̀mí àti yín ọmọ aráyé bẹ̀ ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fi ẹnu yọ̀ wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fi wí tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè iyọ̀ ló ní ká láyọ̀ nínú ilé ni nínú iṣẹ́ ni lórí ọkọ ni lórí aya ni lórí ọmọ ni à ń láyọ̀ dalẹ́ ni ayọ̀ wa ò ní dìbànújẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní adùn ló ń gbẹ̀yìn ewúro gbogbo kíbi tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń rí kíkan àti kíkorò adùn ló máa gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹrù dálábíàmọ ò kì í túlẹ̀ nǹkan sí ọmọ aráyé ò ní gbé wá kákọ̀ọ́kan nu wa mọ́lé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè afárahàn yín ló ní kó dùn fún wa á máa dùn fún wa ni à á máa láyọ̀ ni owó ẹyọ ló ní kọ́mọ aráyé máa yọ̀ mọ́ wa wọ́n á máa yọ̀ mọ́ èmi àti yín ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní bí orí ṣe ń bàṣírí orí tẹ́ ìkọ́nà wọn ń bàṣírí ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́ ọmọ aráyé á fi owó wá fi ọlá wá fi ajé wọn wá fi bò wá láṣìírí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ìfànílé ìfàlóko òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa ìfànílé ìfàlóko òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo bí tá a bá kọjú sí ire la máa rí níbẹ̀ wọ́n ní kò sí ilé ẹjọ́ kan tó mọ́ tó ṣú tí balùwẹ̀ ò kì í gbóre ó ṣe kò ṣe kí ilé ẹjọ́ kan tó ṣú a máa ríre gbà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kò sí bó bá ṣe burú tó sẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí bó ṣe burú tó tí ò kì í kú dànsákì lọ́rùn ọmọ ọba kò sí bó bá ṣe rí nílùú bí tẹ́ ẹ bá ń gbé oore máa bá yín kalẹ̀ ní ṣá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹni tó bá wá ní kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ní gbogbo ẹrù tó dì ẹrù ọ̀ràn tó dì dandan ni kò forí ara wọn kó ẹni tó bá dẹrù òun ló máa forí ẹ̀ gbé níbikíbi tó bá ti ń di ẹrù ìbànújẹ́ nítorí èmi àti tọkọtọmọ taya tẹbí ti ṣẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àwọn náà máa forí wọn kó wọ́n ní ọwọ́ tó gẹ̀dẹ̀ bá gbé báyìí ló fi ń nọra ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹni tó bá gbé ọwọ́ kọ́wọ́ lórí ara wọn ló máa fi láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹni tó bá ní oore yín ò ò ní ṣojú òun á ṣẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ wọ́n á jẹun tán láyé báyìí wọ́n á lọ ṣan wọn lọ́rùn bó ṣe fẹ́ kó rí lọ́ ṣe sọ yẹn bó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí fún wọn nìyẹn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè èmi àti yóò ní kánjú kú o àní bá wọn kúkú wọ́ọ̀wọ́ o àní rákùfà nílé wa o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àgbo àtọ wọn ní ọdọọdún là ń rórógbó ọdọọdún là ń ráwùsà ọdọọdún là ń rọmọ obì lórí àtẹ ọdọọdún báyìí ara wa máa jí pépé ni láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní fàìsàn ló gbà ọ gbogbo iṣẹ́ àtọwọ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ aládàáni tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìjọba ìjọ tí ẹ̀tọ́ yín bá tó gbà ẹ̀yin lẹ máa fọwọ́ ara yín gbà tẹ́ ẹ bá dẹ̀ gbà ẹ̀ ní fi wà ìsùn ìjọ táwọn ọmọ wa bá ń ṣe nǹkan oríire wọn ò ní díje ìṣẹ́jú kan fún wa gbogbo nǹkan rere tẹ́ ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ parí ẹ̀ lójú ẹ̀mí yín ẹ jókòó ẹ jẹ gbogbo láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kò ní kan lẹ́nu yín kò ní gbóná jù fún yín kò ní tutù jù fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lókè òkun tẹ́ ẹ ti rìnrìn àjò tẹ́ ẹ ti lọ sẹ́yìn odi níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà ire lẹ máa bá níbẹ̀ ojú rere lẹ máa bá níbẹ̀ ẹ ní kúsájò bí èéfín o wọn ò ní fòkun yín ránṣẹ́ sílé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè nílùú aláwọ̀ funfun tẹ́ ẹ wà yẹn ẹ máa ríre bá níbẹ̀ ìdọ́nú lẹ máa rí bá níbẹ̀ ojú rere lẹ máa rí bá níbẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo àwa tá a ti gbogbo ìwúre tá a ṣe lénìí àṣẹ ti gùn àrọ ti rọ̀ mọ́ ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè torí wọ́n ní àbálálágẹmọ ń dá òrìṣà òkè ló ń fàṣẹ sí àti tún dábàá tiwa lénìí òrìṣà òkè ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè wọ́n ní àwíṣẹ ní tifá àfọ̀ṣẹ ní tọ̀rúnmìlà wọ́n ní tátẹ́gùn bá fẹ́ ó máa kọgi oko lára nì níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà ìwúre yìí ó ti kàn yín lára orí yín ò ní kàn ẹlẹ́dàá yín ò ní kàn ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè Thank you very much for joining us again today. I'm Iyani Faiwa, the founder of the EHA College. This is the EHA College TikTok page and Iyani Faiwa YouTube channel. If you're just joining or you missed ahead of the time, if you're just joining or you missed ahead or you missed, you can hurry to our YouTube channel and watch the replay on our YouTube channel. If you need consultation, you want to do ITEFA, you need spiritual mentoring, you want to learn how to make Iwure, whatever it is, just send a message via the WhatsApp number that is now showing on your screen. And then the Ashe for today's season 2 is starting on the 1st of October. Yes. Make it a date with us. Make it a date with us on the 1st of October. Ashe for today is starting. Eshe goni o, onírúṣe, ọlọ́bẹ̀ ṣe, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wa jẹ́ náà, ẹ kú àìbínú o. If you have not followed, please follow. If you have not followed, please follow. Follow immediately. Thank you so much to all our gifters. Ibi tẹ́ ti ń bù, Elédùmarè á bá yín dì níbẹ̀, ajé á bá yín dì níbẹ̀, ajé á dúró tì yín. Díẹ̀ lẹ fún ọ̀pọ̀ báyìí lajé á fi rọ́pò fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmarè. Thank you so much for standing by us. It really means a lot. Until next week Sunday again, when you join me Sunday morning live streaming, it's 12 noon Nigerian time, 7 a.m. on the EST, 11 a.m. in Ghana, and every other time in between. I didn't get 1st of October is Ashe for today. Ashe for today season 2 starts on the 1st of October. Yes, it's in the comment section. The spiritual first aid, is it necessary to put it in a container or a cabinet? Anyone that is convenient for you. Just make sure you don't put it on the floor. Once you have consecrated it, put it somewhere where it will be safe. Thank you so much, and I will see you in my DM. For those of you that have sent a message, Ejo, Enisuru, I am the one that has to respond to your message. By virtue of the kind of work I do, no other person gets to handle my devices because people are sharing confidential and personal information with me. So, Emanisuru Tititi Amafidaino. The WhatsApp number is going to be printed on your screen again to roll for another 1 minute. And after that, we will wonderfully end this live streaming. Eshegonio. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ mama bá wọn ní láàrin màrìwò ní pèrègùn tí ń kẹ́ṣọ̀ ròde. Láàrin àwọn ọ̀tá yín òun lẹ máa ti ṣe rere láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Láàrin wọn òun lẹ máa ti ṣe rere lẹ máa débi gíga. Ògúnláka ayé àfẹ̀jẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó lẹ́ẹ̀ni rọ́nà gbégbà àfẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn wẹ̀. Ògún tó lànà falára á lànà fún yín. Ògún tó lànà fàjèrò á lànà fẹ́mi àti yín. láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà tá à ń gbẹ́bọ fún wọn ní ìdásí wọn lára, wọn á dúró tì wá. Àwọn náà á wá ṣẹnu rere yin awo máa yin Ifá yin Elédùmarè nítorí tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ṣé gan ni a dúpẹ́ o. Ifá ó bá ní ṣe, k'Elédùmarè ó bá ní ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe. Àní kí Ifá ó bá wa ṣe, k'Elédùmarè ó bá wa ṣe. Àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn kó bá wa ṣe. Thank you very much. Ifá gbè wá o, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá o. Thank you so much, guys. I love you and I will see you some other time. What is